Hey, hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. I'm not flat today. I'm not flat. Hi, Will. Welcome. I didn't... oh. Oh. Hi, Evie. Ooh, 20 streak. Wow. Thank you. I hope you are doing good. I am extremely sleepy. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night. I couldn't fall asleep. It's very weird. I don't get it. So I think I only slept for like 2 hours. Why did so many people stream at the same time? I saw like Nexus and Numbers and Joe Shark and also like 2 others, I think, also doing doing the, what do you call it again? Archipelago thing. Yeah, I saw that doing Archipelago together. And then there's me as well, which I'm not doing Archipelago. Hi Jade. I only have one phone and 5 people I don't watch. Oh drat. You cannot open up tabs. There's no tabs in mobile Twitch. Mobile Twitch is not good. But didn't they update the UI like at some point? I don't remember. I don't know how I feel about the UI, to be honest. It feels kind of weird. Exactly. Yeah, you have to choose like one, which is like the pain. They made a fucking Twitch talk. Yeah, I was like, I don't vibe with the UI at all. They made it bad. I hate it with a fiery passion. Oh my god. Yeah, that's why I feel like I hope. See, I don't use Twitch on mobile as much, because usually when I'm outside, I'm not opening out Twitch, since Twitch is like my second account, doesn't have anything. And I opened out Twitch the other day on my mobile phone, and then it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? Kobo doesn't understand. I hate it. I don't like it. I love how I just like, I hate it with fiery passion. Oh, Twitch talk. You know, like what's with people making their website look like if let's say TikTok is like very popular because of teens and kids in there, and then other companies like, oh my god, we need to copy that shit because it's gonna make us popular, and then they make it into like, you know, Twitch talk or like Twitter talk or whatever talk that is. Like, god damn it. No shame, really, no shame. I only use mobile Twitch when I'm on work because that's the only thing that keeps me sane. Never updating on my tablet. Yeah, that's fair. Don't update it, it sucks. I did update it for a long time, and then suddenly my phone decided to be like, oh hey, you have 34 updates available for app. And then they just update everything. It's like, no, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't just update everything. You know, and then they still do it anyway, and oh. I don't understand, but hey, it is what it is. It happened. Don't think I can revert it back. I wanna play Gunfire. I actually forgot if Gunfire Reborn, am I able to support Gunfire Reborn with all these 3D stuff opening? I don't remember. I forgot. See, there are times, there's so many times that I want to just play Once Human as well, but holy hell. Like, I think it's actually Once Human, because every time I open up Once Human, my internet just goes apeshit. It's like, oh no, that fucking sucks. Like, every time I open up Once Human, it will, my connection would just like keep dying for the first hour or so. And then until like after that 1 hour mark, the game would become stable. It's like, what the fuck? I don't understand why. I want to play Once Human, but the game is actively driving me away. God, fuck. I had that happen with Terra a long time ago. You don't know why the fuck it is happening, right? It's so it's so infuriating because I want to play the game and the game is actively driving me away. Like, brother, let me play the game without destroying my internet connection, please. I wonder if anyone says about that in the store page. Let me go there and check. Progress wipe after 6 weeks. Oh, is that the game thing? I'm looking at Steam's review, which is very scary. They limit the number of total characters they can make on the server instead of limiting how many players can be in the server at once. Oh. So a lot of like a lot of the bad comment or like the bad review is just like you cannot create characters. You cannot create more than one character in 24 hours. It's like, yeah. And then there's one recommend. It says you can extract deer milk from male deer you kill. 10 out of 10. Oh fuck. No one is talking about the internet connection thing. Hi Dinophos. Welcome. Like, bear with me today. I am extremely sleepy. So sorry about that. Steam user reviews most of the time are jokes. They will hate the game for any reason. I mean, yeah, there are valid criticisms, but 90% of them is just jokes and memes. Yeah, I understand. It's Steam review. Holy hell, it's a fucking hellhole. Maybe I should write a review and see if like I don't know. Okay, maybe tonight I'll do it one more time and see if the same thing happens again. Right? I actually don't know. Because I haven't played this game for like 2 or 3 days now, but when I do play the game, it's always like, you know, connection dying every second. It's like, yeah, fuck, I hate that. So I don't know, but also they also have these bug fixes on August 2nd. So maybe, hopefully, maybe, I don't know. I don't understand. Couldn't try landing machines on mobile territory. Then when display no virtual landscape. Game setting could reset. Oh yeah, the in-game settings could be reset. It always happens. Location to drop stock from territory purification won't add a clear drop icons. Ooh. Reduce the drop of motorcycle durability upon bumping into something. Continuous planting feature of planter box can make the item disappear when players click it too fast. Oh shit, I didn't even have that happening. Optimize how collisions will determine in Stronghold Conquest. So nothing about internet connection issue. Yeah, there's no connection issue and stuff, which is unfortunate. But we'll see. You know, they're probably not gonna state out everything. I don't know. Right? I'm not too sure about that. But hey, maybe tonight I should try it out and see if it's happening again, because I love the game, but the game is actively driving me away for a little bit. I was like, I play about 22 hours, and holy shit, I want to play more. But we'll try again. Oh, Hi, McNudge. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. What? Yeah, better give me more milk. I am so sleepy. You know, I was thinking maybe I should go to sleep, but no, I don't want to. I want a game. It's fucking it's fucking Sunday. Come on. I want a game. I don't want to sleep. I want to sleep on a Sunday. I mean, sleep is good. Okay, honestly, sleep is good, but game. but game. I want gum. Anyway, let me become small and upload the game real quick. Shmee. Also, I'm gonna stop looping this music and let it play on its own. I'm listening to the Masato orchestral music though, because I love them. They're great. I spilled milk onto your cereal. Hopefully, no. Wait, they're gonna mess with my fluff. They're gonna mess with my fluff. You can game capture Steam? For whatever reason would I want to do that? Oh, that's weird. There's so many things I can use game capture with. Never really realized that. La boop did not work. Ow. You remember to change these all the time? I always forgot. Well, it's still quarter 2, right? Season 4 new weapons, free update season 3. Destiny mechanism. So this one is like soon, I guess, question mark? They didn't say anything about it, right? 2 new characters, none of them looks like a dragon, so fuck, I guess. Angry cobalt noises because no dragon? I am one upset kobold. We need more dragons in games. Also, what's Destiny again? Oh, it's... Oh. It's... Oh, I see. Oh, you can buy things with the soul. Oh, you can buy previous stuff. It's mine now. Alright. I didn't know you can just buy everything. Also, let me turn down the settings because I feel like my PC might not be able to handle this. Oh, it's already the lowest, okay. Oh, as low as it can be. Full screen resolution looks good. Audio sounds good, I guess. I'll put it 30%. Man, it's been a long time. Alright, who I want to play? Do we go fist? Do we fist? Oh, do I try the sniper again? Because holy shit, I cannot solo past this. It's so difficult because I'm not good with sniper. But hey, since I got a new skill, okay? New skill being that I play a lot of Counter-Strike and I think I got better at it. I know how to stand still, crouch down and use AK and tap people's head. So maybe that helps. I don't know. I don't know. Boundless Theme. Spiritual Link. I don't want Interdependent Fortune. Mission from above. Yeah, that's good enough. Is Invisible Kobo? Mini Dirt Hugs? Oh my god. 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 Oh my god, hug. I love hug. Also, hi Sin. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. So let me do this. I feel like there's something wrong with my camera and I was right. Alright, so I have Lone Wolf 4-player account. Yeah, Lone Wolf 4-player account. I gotta do. Alright, let me see if I can solo beat this shit. Why am I getting slapped? Oh, hi Onyx. Some adorable happy Kobo noises. when Kobo happy, I make a lot of weird noises. 40% chance to trigger Thunderbolt upon hitting an enemy. Hitting an enemy with all incentives for additional bounce on all enemies within 5 meters. I can bully. When all projectiles pass through the barrier and crit, deal true damage equal to 50% of the damage to one enemy within 15 meters of the target. What the fuck? Creates a barrier that costs 2 energy points per second. I mean, why not just Hound? You know, why not just Hound? It's easier. What? Bugs? Being a gremlin over there? I guess Onyx being Onyx. Looks no mine. Hey, what is maximum jank? It's music. So sold just like that. Hey, I'll take it. Aspadesta. I gotta become big for this. I need mega beat. Alright, flick this. And then continue here. Ooh, you're being hit by the mega beam. What? There goes my mega beam. I love how it's like, and then sold. It's so easy. Hi, bad gamer. How are you doing today? I am extremely sleepy. I didn't sleep well, but I want the game because it's Sunday. I don't want to sleep. Increase shield coverage speed by 30%. Delivering a critical hit makes the shield regenerate immediately. Is this new? I feel like this one is a new one. Never seen that one before. What else do you have? Immediately fully restore the shield and becomes invisible for 2 seconds. Ooh. Hitting an enemy over 15 meters away from a crit. Weapon damage will be increased by 0.3 permanently. Forever? Yeah. Eee, lucky town. I don't know what skill is good for the Tiki. After doing a crit, inflict shock effect on the inflicted enemy and all enemies within 3 meters. Later attacks the enemy affected by shock effect increase. Words are good. Many words means good, alright? Weapon skill breaks no more enemy shield / armor and deals damage. Weapon damage bonus for hitting the same target plus 100%. What? I mean, do I even need to attack? Get him, Hound, get him. Oh, yo! It's so good. I don't even need to attack anymore, I just hide. Oh hey, my favorite weapon. Hi, where'd you come from? I was waiting for today for a royal Raffle Royal from Snarky because he still owes me one 3 weeks ago, but he's not playing one today. Fortnite mini event sucked. Fortnite? Tapping heads. Oh my god, I'm playing Counter-Strike. I might be playing Counter-Strike. Nope, I'm not playing Counter-Strike anymore. I don't even know how to aim. You know, I could just wait for Hound to attack all of them. Why is there 2 things? With a sniper? I'm not using a sniper though. Nah, I'll get this one. Attack mode changes to laser with weapon damage type. 50% energy cost per laser plus 100% total shooting frequency. So you shoot more. After taking damage every 4 times, the next laser triggers a guaranteed crit for the weapon. I guess. Oh, this one, right? Oh god, what is this? Oh. Too many words. When mechanism costs certain amount of energy, hero restores secondary skill usage and plus 15 random reserve ammo. Huh? Gain a temporary dash. Refresh the cooldown of a primary skill. Ooh. When energy is not full, 30% of energy restoration. Energy is full, 60% of energy restoration. Energy? I guess that's good. Restore energy when deployed. When not deployed, restoration is tripled. I guess it's good, right? He usually does a raffle royale every single day, but he decided not to do one today. I mean, it happens, I guess. Did I do all that? I'm so cool. Nope, not anymore, it's gone. Go, Hound, kill them. I don't need to do it. Yeah, shoot them. Huh? I didn't even see what hit me. Did you shoot me through the wall, you asshole? I've been hit. At least I still remember this. Primary cooldown, silly skills is 3-second cooldown. Oh, is it good? I don't know. I guess. So that little shit just shot through the wall. I'm pretty sure of it. This thing does crazy damage though. You... I don't remember shit. Thanks. Oh fuck. I don't remember. I don't remember. So it just explode my ass. Come on. That was such a good weapon too. Patrimonial sniper rifle. This is just not that good. This is like a one shot, one kill thing, right? But I wonder... Yeah, this one. This one is too good. Oh, sure. Sure. Oh. On the next shot, for every Ice Thorn return, I guess. I forgot how tough this game is. Holy shit. Maybe Hound is not as good. Hound is like blocking my view every damn time. Petition. Can you not? Can I make you be gone? Jesus, they hurt so much. No, 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 no. Ooh. After hitting enemy with both bullet, next shot, crit X. Both shots? Oh, this is like one shot, two bullet kind of gun, right? I'm so confused now. I've been playing this game for so long and I don't remember anything. This one. Extension component. Increase mechanism range. I mean, yeah, I guess. Alright, check this sniper gameplay. I'm like the best sniper. Oh my god. Don't do it. Don't do it. Check this out. I'm dead. Oh, wait, I hit him. Wait, I'm actually so good. Nope, I lied. You know, sometimes when Cobalt lie, it happens. Hey, oh my god, suddenly bomb one. Get him, Hound, get him. Get him, Hound. Oh my god, Hound is the best. Why engage when you can just let Hound do everything, right? Hi, Metal. Huh? What's going on? Ooh. It's very shiny. I'm being told that I'm the best sniper in Cobaltverse. Oh wait, this is going back. Oh my god, I'm not sleepy at all. We come too. Hey, I'll allow that. Hell yeah. Gunfire without me. You want join a line? You want join? Is it? Huh? Hi, Shredder. How you doing? I'm extremely sleepy, but I'm good. I join tomorrow. Hi. Tomorrow I not play already, though. Tomorrow I do art already. Also, bear with me, chat. I am extremely sleepy today. I only sleep for like 2 hours, I think. It's like, oh, shit. I'm not used to this. I used... Fuck on you, scared the fuck out of me. Sorry. Oh, you're gonna join? Okay, okay. Let me... I'm just gonna quit this one, why not? Boy. I feel like I'm half drunk. With Yip and Anna. Do I have Anna? I actually appreciate Anna a lot. Oh, that's fast. See, I'm a couple of Anna. That's why I play Tekken with Anna. Where am I? I'm there. 189 ping. Let's hope there's no more ping jump. I did reset the router yesterday, and hopefully this helps. Also, did Discord do one? About Discord, I could lower the game volume. You might have to bear with my drunk ass though. I'm actually so like I feel like I'm flying. I should lower the music volume as well. Ah man, I'm all over the place. Okay, there we go. Hey. I'm putting you here.
I normally play with the top row on and then the middle one, which is the Ascension Fusion.
Who, what, where? Sorry? Give me a second.
I normally play with the top 3 things active and then the one in the middle.
Oh, I forgot about this one. Oh, Interdependent Fortune?
Yeah. They can combine stuffs. In the middle one, you can get 2 random abilities from another character, which is hilarious.
But also, it does it not like hinder our own build? Question mark.
No, it depends when it pops up. It doesn't always pop up in the Golden Goblet, but it can pop up.
Oh.
So you may get 2 things that will be good for you, or you can just like not pick any of them. So yeah, you get 2 choices.
Yeah, I'll get them on. Also, I do love Mission from Above.
But you have a training master.
The training. I'm still gonna try this character. I'm like so bad with sniper. I use Matrix more, but I play Noma, so I already have a turret. Who's Noma? What? There's so many new things. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
Yeah, there is quite a bit.
I haven't played this game for months.
And there's 2 more characters coming in soon.
None of them look like a dragon, though.
I know.
Yeah.
A ram and a squirrel.
Oh no. I mean, squirrel is rare. Okay, granted, squirrel is pretty rare. Deploy? Oh.
Yeah, it's a barrier that absorbs damage and you should do it, but they can't.
Does it absorb a lot? Lizard, nice. The Red Panda character. Oh, she's Noma. Oh, Metal is Noma. So it's a mecha ally that can switch between the melee brawler mode and the turret that fires rockets. Oh. Your shots get boosted when fired through the barrier as well. So if I fire my lizard through this barrier, it's gonna be stronger?
Yeah.
I can be a sniper.
Oh.
I don't think my brain can handle deploying the deploying the barrier and shoot at the same time.
Yeah, it takes a bit to get used to some of this new stuff. So I prefer the Hound. He's passive, so...
Yeah. I was just curious, like, ooh, Matrix. Oh no, friend. Give me a second. I'm probably good. Energy depleted. Oh. Oh. Wait, did they hurt so much? They hurt so much, holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't remember them hurting that much. We have a phone.
And yeah, ooh.
Ooh.
Yes.
Let launch the kobold in that kobold cannon. Ready, aim, fire.
It's gonna get a curse scroll. Enhance against the float. I've been... Huh? Noma's mecha can revive her as well, which is great when playing solo. Oh, that's awfully nice. Oh, so did your mecha revive you just now?
Yeah, he can revive me.
Oh my god, that's actually really nice. Let launch the kobold in that kobold cannon in ready aim fire. Are you trying to launch me with a cannon? Flame hurt. Fire bad. Fortune challenge? It's a new one. Oh. Only a curiosity box. After picking out 4 curiosity box, it will be destroyed.
Kobold successfully launched.
Ooh, it's so hard to choose.
You probably want immunity to Curse Scroll since you've got one already.
Yeah, but gambling. Wait, what curse scroll do I have? Not tab. C. Oh, I'm getting the Ava Punishing Talisman. Oh shit.
Double as much cost for upgrades.
Yeah, I don't want. I like money. What's that?
I need Flame Shard.
Flame share. If I see one, I'll share. Oh, none of these are what I want.
Waves!
Release. What was that? Wait, why are you different? I'm launching shields.
I think that's the damage shield.
Ooh. Oh wait, that hurt. Ooh, fire bat, fire bat.
One more!
Freaking get him. Weird, my barrier energy is not coming back.
I don't know how to get the energy back on that.
It's okay. I will look at it. Kermit.
That's something for you. Here you go. You'll want that.
Oh, you don't want that?
You'll want it.
Oh my god, thank you.
You already have a Curse Scroll, so you get more damage.
I'm gonna buy a dragon. I have a dragon now. Did you do the red chest?
I get it.
What did the forest retreat say about the kobold thief? Can we have another?
What did the forest retreat say about the kobold thief? Can we have another? What? Another what? Oh. Hit dragon. Oh no! Oh, it's saving you.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's so good! Will the mecha die?
It's good for solo runs. Eventually, it gets health.
Oh crap, okay. It really liked you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not anymore. Oh. Oh, it's destroying your mecha.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh my god. It's not getting like slowed down anymore.
Oh look, there's another dragon gun.
Oh, dragon. I want it. Oh, but justice is really good though. What is Dragon Breath classified as? Is it a launcher or a sniper?
That's classified as a rocket launcher.
Ah, okay. So it's not actually a sniper. Mm.
The fire dragon is classified as assault rifle.
The fire dragon is spray, I think.
An assault rifle, technically.
Hmm. I cannot choose. Why is there suddenly Chinese word on my whistle?
I don't know.
I love this game. No, I want the fire dragon. I'm saying this one.
What did the kobold say about its treasures and knickknacks? Hey, those are my shinies, hands off.
I mean, yeah, those are my shinies. Oh, I got deadly curse. Oh no.
Ooh, Phantom.
Oh my god, it's Kermit on drugs. I'm still not seeing Flame Shard.
I have a real gun.
I got killed
Oh,
by
no.
a bug. I'm gonna crawl towards you. Thank you.
Oh.
Involved.
Oh, it's one of these. I hate these.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't like these either.
One wave. There we go.
I cannot kill one spearman. I'm concerned about my damage output.
Oh.
Noma's missile heal the mecha. If destroyed, it will respawn after something like 60 seconds. Oh,
Hmm?
then it's not too bad, yeah.
It gets better when you upgrade it with wood armor, so like it's more health and listen.
So Noma depends on the mecha to do damage?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hmm.
Oops, someone joined.
Hello.
Oh, explosion, I forgot. I'm gonna go get the training real quick. How do you feel about enemies reviving ones?
It really was at this point.
I think it's not too bad. I'm gonna take this one.
You can choose 2 if we want to. Ooh.
Oh, I can play shotgun.
I got 2 pretty easy. It's okay.
In fact, inflict burning effect. This one is good. I'll just get one. Oh, third time unlucky. Nice. Hey, I should probably get like a proper sniper. I'm getting this gun. As much as I hate sniper. Oh wait, this one is good. I want this one. Okay.
Box.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the rocks explode. Man, I really don't remember anything, do I?
Nice.
I'm scared.
Good armor. Okay.
Oh yeah, any specific weapon you're looking for?
Not really.
Break. I cannot play break, it's too hard. No break for me for now.
Well, we choose one of these if we wish, because the enemies will get a boost if they think, so you gotta read carefully. So what you get is the top one, but what the enemies get is the bottom part.
I'm getting the curse scroll.
You're immune anyway, so that's funny.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Eh. I don't know which one to choose. I'm choosing this. 30% minus 30% damage taken with shield armor is not 0. So if they have shield and armor, it's gonna be harder to kill. Well, shield armor to HP and recover 3% max HP. Eh, decisions. I can't use one. Ooh.
That's the one I picked up.
Lone Ranger.
And we're not near each other, which tends to happen quite a lot. We'll get a boost for damage and stuff.
Is that your turret? Yes,
Yeah, I changed it when I picked up something. It's now mortar.
Is it? Yes, the rocket.
Yeah.
Oh, Yaki Piki. You don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Oh, awesome!
sniper, I got you.
I got poisoned. Uh-oh. Yeah, I am really concerned about my own damage output.
Maybe having the revive wasn't a good idea.
Having a what, sorry?
Maybe having them revive wasn't a good idea.
Now I regret giving them reinforced eggshell.
They can get past their shield and armor, they will die faster though.
Yeah. At least the coyote is not gonna be too much of a problem.
Yeah. Or the lizards.
Oh, oh.
Ithy.
Hey, Dark Matter Pony.
The money.
I'm broke.
Oh, I'm down.
I'm coming. Oh, wait, you have to take. Okay. Oh, yikes.
When I was invasion.
Oh, the sniper. Oh, it's poison! Oh my god, there's so many things I need to look out for.
Yeah, if you get too close, you'll start getting hit by the poison.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, my pistol can actually penetrate shields at the moment.
We
Oh,
left,
oh.
we left Fire Dragon. Good evening, that Metapony. Still need to try this game sometime? Oh yeah, I mean, this game's great.
Oh yeah, it's one of the very, very few roguelikes I will actually play.
Yeah. I think
The other one is Risk of Rain 2.
Oh yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is just like for men.
That's because of mods.
Yeah. The mods are
totally
great.
kind of kobolds and dragons and stuff in it. Nah.
I find that this is the only roguelike that I saw that I spent like 400 hours on, I think. Yeah.
I mean, if they keep going with the path of adding a new character every now and then, we probably will end up getting some kind of lizard eventually.
Yeah.
They're gonna run out of critters to put in, and we're gonna see it. I know we will. I can feel it.
We can get Lizard soon. I mean, sure, there's Tweedle, but I want Lizard.
Hey, my task is completed.
Oh, mine is not. I forgot what I
Yours
need
is
to do.
almost.
2 more production.
Oh, yours is just survive.
Oh, don't die. Okay. That's hard. Oh wait, we're Kermit on drugs. Give me a second. Oh, I got a stronger version of Evil Devouring Sword.
Oh, I'll come grab my old one then.
Yeah. We like
Yum.
kobolds and dragons and stuff? Oh hell yeah, we do. Need more, never enough. What is that in the middle?
We gotta get rid of it. It keeps summoning enemies.
Oh, okay. Oh, they are really summoning enemies. Summoning the strongest one too.
I don't know if I have the damage
Please.
for this.
I can revive for now. The timer is going down really fast.
But
Blah.
come on, Einwing.
The sniper.
Uh oh, that's a flamethrower. That's a flamethrower. That's a flamethrower.
Firebird. I'm crawling towards. Crawling towards you.
Oh, oh.
Okay, that's that gone.
Now we just need to take care of these things.
Yeah.
Firebird. Oh, Firebird.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh. You know, I starting to feel like, yeah, the egg, the egg is bad.
Yeah.
Egg's bad.
Blah.
Oh my god, you turned 180.
Don't move, no dying.
Explode, explode. We can only aim for the barrel behind.
I don't know if I can get to you.
I'm just trying to like explode the barrels.
That might be the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Iron Wing. No.
Oh, did Iron Wing die?
I revived him.
Okay. Hey. There's a hope.
Ow, oh.
On fire. Oh, I have a bad feeling.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no. This is a very oh no situation. I got you. Oh, I got shotgunned behind. Oh no.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yep, there goes Iron Wing.
Yeah.
So,
Sniper.
no eggshells, okay.
Sniper's too hard. Difficult. I died 18 times. Oh god. Yeah, I wanna let's switch up a little bit.
Ow, oh.
Did you know about the kitty with was it There's like a skill that allows PD to have all the elements at once. Painkiller.
Mm-hmm.
Is it
Painkiller.
Yeah, Kitty with painkiller. The cheese. I want explosion. Also, give me a second. Okay, there we go. I just want to change the playlist a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hi Narix. Braki event started in Monster Hunter Puzzles. Oh, I just bought. I remember buying the Zinogre event pass.
Huh.
Oh, oh.
I have a chainsaw.
Nice. Chainsaw good. I have a beacon. Uh-oh.
And down.
Chainsaw scary. I have Dragon. Okay, Dragon's mine. Purple door. So I see you walking around for mini plush, Xeno. Yeah, I'm buying it just for the plush, honestly. Ooh. I got you. Oh, I got blessing in disguise? Oh, it's too early.
I didn't have any.
I think I got the Curiosity box? One of them. Then I got like 3 scrolls, I think. I mean, Dragon has always been yours, I mean, what? I mean, Kobo definitely doesn't mind.
I guess Kobo too.
Hi, Fluffy Dragons. More dragon.
Fluffy!
Very fluffy.
Oh.
What?
Got you. I was standing on top of metal.
And a very safe gun.
I have a dragon. I got double speared, I think.
Yup. Scroll. Yes.
Oh, that's a new one. 50% of friends given when there are more than 2 enemies within 10 meters. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for dragon.
I mean, should be able to beat them up.
I'm throwing bombs up there. Bomb. Bomb. Ooh. Elite Assassin. My gosh, that tail emote is really something else. I love that. It's so wiggly.
What?
No. I got bomb. My PC is actually dying. I wonder why. Oh, explosion.
Ow.
I found the explosion.
Have dragon.
No.
I get Kobold squish.
Squished.
Each Kobold has been squished.
I might have to become flat for this game. No, my PC is like actively dying from this.
Understandable.
Yeah. It's okay. After this one I can change it. Oh, explosion. I walked into the explosion.
There's a crafter back there I have to look at.
Ooh.
Oh my lord.
No, I don't like any of those.
Many words. Many words is good, right?
I don't know.
I don't want to read. I'm taking it. Probably gonna regret that. I don't know what that does.
Back for that craftsman before I go in that vault.
Oh, they didn't give me explosion.
Catch anything good.
I'm in.
Uh-oh.
No, why?
No, it's two.
Yeah.
You okay, Ani? You've been coughing a lot even last time, so do you have COVID?
No, why?
You've been coughing a lot.
Mm-hmm. It does sound a little bit concerning.
I was wondering if it was COVID.
I hope not. Hi, Draxus. And I got a van.
Snow boots.
I got a van, boop.
That means your Uber driver's here.
Oh god. It's kind of funny how we don't use Uber here. There's no Uber here. There's Grab driver instead.
Huh.
Yeah.
I thought they were everywhere, because we have it here in Australia.
No, it's not in Malaysia. Malaysia we use Grab or Maxim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty different. I was like, ooh.
Well, you know.
Because I remember when someone told me about Uber driver, it's like, huh, Uber? I was like, yeah, the taxi service, like, oh, Grab. Vote.
Oh. No, I won't. Ooh, it's a chest. How did I not see that? Let's go.
Search for enhanced scroll. When reloading, if the ammo in the magazine is less than 50%. Oh wait, I'm using... Oh shit, wait, I'm using... Tiger Cannon. This is good.
Ooh, I'll grab that.
Because in Southeast Asia, Uber got known by Grab. Grab bought Uber. Holy shit, Grab.
Huh. Yep, we're grabbing Uber apparently.
Hmm. Only in Southeast Asia, I believe.
Ooh, this is actually really good. The more I crit, the more lightning wave go off.
Ooh.
The enhanced of this is actually really, really good.
I'm seeing like so many waves on the ground. I love that.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's gonna be good against shields. I love it.
Now I can get reinforced eggshell.
Oh no.
No, I'm not gonna get that. I'm not gonna get that. I'm playing dog.
Never again.
Not again. Dog don't need shield. Well, reinforced eggshell at least.
Uh-oh.
What's going on? Poison on the ground.
Yeah, the grenaders. I got rid of them.
I'm trying to barbecue bug.
Owie, 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 owie.
Barbecue. Eh.
I can see a build with these things.
The
An
magnetic.
enhanced version of fire, yeah, corrosion, and the electric, and have a rainbow going off.
I found Mega Man.
Yeah, man. Oh, the cannon.
The bum, bum, bum.
The phantom skin.
Fountain of Light. Now we can survive a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we gotta be point blank, otherwise we do 1 damage.
Oh, I mean, thank goodness I got Mega Man.
Oh, that was easy.
Nice. Mega Man good. Oh, I finished my task. We are strong now.
Strike mode.
Overloading.
Hey, where's that phantom head? Keep missing.
The Kermit on drugs.
Yeah, here we go.
Rock hard determination. I like jumping around. I'm not gonna get that.
Ooh, I will have that though.
Advanced jokers.
Look, it's the golem.
Oh no, I have to get
Ooh, Rabbit
close.
thing too again.
more minus reload time.
You have it too. You have it too. The top right one. It's really, really good.
The lower the enemy's total HP. Oh my god.
I know, it's amazing.
Is this monkey's skill?
Yeah, it's the monkey skill.
Oh, no wonder. I have never touched monkey once. I don't know what it is.
That's where you can get some really fun stuff.
It's just a raw damage.
Mm-hmm. Now you hope the golden goblet pops one out so you can upgrade it.
Hmm.
Russia to gain water.
Explosion AoE. Geek explosion. Actually, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna become flat real quick. Alright, chat, I'm gonna become 2D, okay? My PC is dying. Vel? Yeah. Archtemple Velcana has some really good music.
Oh, wrong button.
I'm flat now. This is better. Okay. Alright, this should be better. Because I was looking at PowerPoint slideshow just now.
Tiny.
Oh my god, Griffy is actually just so adorable. I'm insane. I'm not insane
Oh,
anymore.
no. I mean, you were really close to him.
I had to.
Uh-oh, rocks.
Explosion will fix.
Uh-oh.
Yike! It spawned right below me. I should stay behind, just use the weapon skill.
What?
I got you.
Well, I got you now.
Yeah. I got hand. This golem got hands.
Oh, I ain't being so strong.
Everything hurts.
Uh-oh.
I gotta kill it.
Having Iron Wing
Explosions!
absorb the
Explosion!
thing.
Advanced Depot? Do you want this? I'm playing with reload.
No. Oh, I got one of the special ones that I just picked. Last Stand, yes please.
If I remember correctly,
This is-
the thing is sold themselves, right? Like the equipment will
What's
get
it?
the equipment they will get sold themselves once we go to the next stage.
No, that you have to sell them yourself, otherwise they don't.
No. I didn't sell any of them just now. I'm broke. Oh, hey, look, it's a... it's a curse scroll. Oh my god, it's another curse scroll. I got 2 curse scrolls.
No.
Oh my god, money.
I had 1 scroll choice.
They get auto recycled and added to your goal, but for the challenges they don't get counted. Challenges? You mean the season pass thing?
No idea.
Hmm. You want some explosion? Get exploded. Oh. Oh, they're still very tough.
Yeah, if you headshot them though, because of the thing I picked up, it'll go straight to their health instead.
Oh, so it'll be the best to just destroy the barrels and destroy the barrels then? I'm sorry, I cannot
I
talk
don't
today.
think that counts.
Ooh,
This is a vault.
my explosion can crit now.
Hey, efficient bear.
Craftman.
Oh, it's a puzzle
it?
one. Okay.
It's a jumpy one.
Ow. Good thing I have snow boots, so I don't take as much.
Oh, okay. I was afraid because the rock one is really bad when you have ping.
Mm-hmm. That's... No, I'm sorry.
Enhancement level. An unlimited
I have that.
enchantment for each craftsman after the 3rd enchantment, plus 130 copper cost every time. Free from the effect of
Yeah, so
prosperity.
you can infinitely upgrade the weapon if you have the money.
Oh my god, I just got like jackpot for the spiritual thing. Hey, I got a misfortune aura. Wait, do I have 3?
Oh, we both have that now. We both have neutral respect, so now we both get the benefit.
Yeah. Oh, I have 3rd time unlucky, do I? Wait, do I have a 3rd? I do, okay, yeah, that explains it. I was like, oh, misfortune aura. Oh no.
Oh, that's your spiritual link that's on the left.
Yeah. I was like, since when do I have 3 curse scroll? And I just realized I have 3rd time unlucky. It's all good.
You get you cursing me and then it'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
We went the right way or the wrong way? Oh no, this way.
Oh yeah. Money. I need more money.
Oh, hello.
I'm coming. Check out my explosion. This is the authentic Cobalt experience. Oh, it's the boss. Here, let me crawl towards you. Thank you. No. Oh. Explosion. Yeah, explosion.
There we go.
Oh my god.
Oh, explosion.
Explosion. So if you're trying to progress, recycle stuff for your season pass, you're gonna do it manually. If you just want to do it for the goal, you can just let them get auto-converted. Oh no. I got total eradication.
Oh, so did I.
I got it.
So good.
I got the damage. Now I can explode even harder.
The weaker they are, the more it'll hurt.
Big explosion.
Oh, on the ball.
Early goal? Explosion hurt. Oh no.
Ollie.
I got you.
Oh, you're on fire.
It's all good.
Okay. Vault. More shiny.
Vault. We need shiny and scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the jumpy one
treasure
again.
There we go. And you can take your time.
Oh, I jump on top of the thing. Is it supposed to happen?
I mean you can, but yeah.
Hmm.
Lightning shot!
You got a shot.
I mean lightning enthusiast and it'd be funny.
They're gonna get shocked. And you're not gonna get shocked. Price HP after switching stages, HP drops to 3 times the amount of copper for deducted HP. I can get money in exchange of health. I mean, hell yeah, shiny good. I'm probably gonna die a lot now.
Probably.
Oh wait, no, I have Fountain of Health. It's all good, it's all good. I'm gonna survive.
Unless you're picking up coins.
Mm. Shiny keeps me alive now.
Is the way of life.
Of the kobold as well. Oh, it's a thing. No, this time I'm stonk. I'm not stonk, I lied.
There was a corrosion guy behind you.
Oh. Oh! Fire bed.
Phantom.
There's so many money they haven't got.
Roll. I have a gift for you.
I got a gift? Oh my god, thank you! That's a big gift.
Something back here. We already did that.
Enhanced bluff. Damage them when HP is full. Oh my god.
%20 more damage. Wow.
Hmm?
I was just reading the effect of the curse roll.
Oh.
We're gaining so much damage now.
Explosions everywhere.
Uh-oh.
Yay.
It's the flamer guy!
No! Why is it this guy?
You have to shoot him in the head. We can get rid of him quicker.
Yeah. Him. Explosion!
There we go.
Explosion. Hi, Salo. Is there a war of kobolds I see? Hmm. Oh, metal is suddenly very big. Metal big.
New gun.
Hope Salo is doing good. More kobold friends.
I think I saw the other day, but Silo ended up beating Shadows of Mordor, I think it was?
Salo. I'm not too sure. So expensive. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh, level 2 Eradicate.
I'm gonna select all. These two are so good.
Wow.
Thank goodness for blessing in disguise. Fetta's phase 2 theme is so hopeful. I know, right? It's a lie.
Last I saw, Salo was you were beating Shadows of Mordor, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, the orc game, right?
Yeah, the orc elf game thing or whatever.
Yeah, that one. I think last time I saw Salo was playing God Eater. No. Corrosion.
Now one weakness, an element.
I don't like element. Oh no, what was it there? oh god. Explosions, help me. Help me, explosion. Ah! I just got one shot.
I got rid of it, no more baddos.
Thank you. Do we have another one? Did you spawn?
We
Like
have
2 of them?
bosses everywhere.
What, did you just spawn twice? Oh,
No, he
it's the...
split.
Yeah, the split. I forgot. Oh my god, I fell down.
Oh, you beat the Mordor.
What's a Mordor? Oh, Salo. You have to excuse me, I am not awake today. Doing an EP on the floor? Oh, is that EP or just flop? I mean, flopping is good. Sometimes I flop on the floor as well. Hermit. Oh my god, you're a core member.
Hey. Core member activated.
Core member.
Very helpful.
Very helpful. I got... Oh no, I got Evil Banished Huntsman.
That's good. That's
That-
good.
That's too good. This game is now helping me so much.
Yup. You have no negatives at all now.
Yeah. Like the negatives are the curse scrolls, but now not anymore. Oh, corrosion. Corrosion.
Owie!
Thank you. Oh, I forgot about price HP. I was like, where did all my HP go? Towards money.
I mean, you have money now, so hooray.
Hell yeah. I'm one rich couple. I did do an EP. Hi, EP. My tail is getting numb. No.
Oh,
The negative for holding 3 curse score is still there. Oh, the aura is like... cannot be immune, right? I mean, that's fine.
yeah.
It's just like one misfortune aura. Don't think it's gonna be too bad. Oh, we have the flame guy. We have 2 flame guys.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
The boss rush.
Oh god. I almost killed one. Oh, I forgot I can revive. Oh, oops, sorry. I didn't check the
Oh,
time.
you're gone.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't check the time.
No!
No.
Come get me, Iron Wing.
The absence of mind is really strong today. Fire ban.
It's the path of Uwujin.
I believe in metal.
Now there's only one I can do it.
Oh.
Or not.
No, you got this, you got this. And Cobalt strong.
Oh, I didn't go
Oh,
behind the thing.
the fireball.
Yeah. Wait, and... Oh.
Nice.
Ability. Ooh.
It's kind of funny. I forgot to check the time.
Peddler? There's a peddler here.
Is there? I forgot. This is from Rice, is it? The song?
You're a craftsman, so I can't use you.
It's all good. Like honestly, listening to this music is like making me want to play Rise, and I did last night.
Yeah, I was watching.
Oh.
So there's a vault. Yeah, that's a craftsman. Trainer. Peddler! I can revive you!
Oh my god, I can be alive.
Whee!
How
Guess
much
I want
that?
to win.
How much does Cobalt cost?
600.
Wow.
Now you can come get all the stuff you missed.
I can buy Cobalt for 600 gold. Ibushi? This is
Gold
Ibushi.
would be pretty expensive, so...
Oh yeah. Oh hey, Vault. Let me go get the things real quick.
Go get all the other stuffs.
Oh, the golden goblet is gone.
Oh. I didn't know that. I should have revived you first before opening it up. Sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It's okay. I'm red. Okay, no more reckless point blank explosion.
Oh, is it the mine guy? No, lizard.
Lemzek.
Oh, fireball.
Explosion.
Oh, there's the goblet you missed technically. Ooh, maximum last stand.
Energy transfer.
I do much better.
Plus 1 stack when teammate casts primary or secondary skill, up to 10 stack within 15 meters. Oh!
Ooh. Very good vault, actually. Very, very good.
Yeah. Like, right now Kobo is very strong, but I'm paper.
Yes, same.
I'm so paper.
Oh, wait, there's a craftsman here. I wonder if I can do the thing.
What thing?
I have enough of that. Oh, I got it. Yay!
You got
I got it.
Jimmy?
I combine the crit of both mine.
Oh,
Now my gun that relies on crits to increase damage now has a lot of damage.
oh, times 11 crit. Oh,
Hehe.
Kobo now mega sub. Oh
Just
no.
in time. Just in time.
No, my explosion cannot reach that thing.
Two random scrolls. Sure, let's go. Realm of Corrosion. Oh, I have the other one. I have
Oh, yeah.
Corrosion now too.
Oh, you're
Oh, that's my phone.
Element Master.
Oh, that's just my bill saying it went through. All good. It's a realm of corrosion.
I'm keeping the money.
Yeah.
Alright, now I just need to not die.
Mm-hmm.
Get the boom booms.
Uh-oh.
No, no bully metal. You get the boom boom.
Why me? I don't do that much, do I? Uh-oh.
Who is it
He's
chasing?
you and me. We have to cut him through the thingamajiggies.
Me. I have the speed.
Must... Yeah, you gotta pull him through the dust things on the ground.
Uh-oh. Now he's chasing you.
There we go.
Explosion.
We do so much damage because of that Terminator thing we got from Monkey.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Eradication. Oh hey, look, it's this one. See if it's better than yours.
Ooh, advanced ammo depot. More total eradication.
I got maximum total eradication.
Oh, I'm almost there.
We're gonna get. We're gonna kill everything. I just wish I'm not so paper.
Much. Oh, time to pick 2 thingies. Ooh, fire shot.
Oh, the monsters are gonna be super fast.
Yeah.
I'm getting abnormal speed. When defeated, 25% chance to deal 20% of current total damage as HP to players within 5 feet. Enemies are landmines now. I'm getting it. This is so spicy.
Well, I got enhanced unfiltered will. Nice. Ah! That hurt.
Oh, no.
My foot. I'm okay.
I heard the dunk.
Yeah, I figured.
And I thought Earth Defense Force had explosions. This is so different. Oh yeah, I haven't got the maximum explosion skill yet, but if I get maximum explosion, I can essentially explode until I cannot see anything. It's great. More explosion, big explosion.
Alright, I don't have to reload anymore.
I'm paper.
Iron Wing!
I'm paper.
Okay. Got him.
Why am I so fast?
I don't know. Oh, because you got copycat and you're copying all their stuff.
Oh right, I forgot. Of course. Tiger Cannon. But Mega Man is so much fun though.
Ooh, wait, actually, I got the scroll for you. You have... Here.
Hmm?
Yeah. More curse scrolls you have, the more armor you'll get.
Oh, but you will get Lucky Shot though.
Nah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, you won't be so squishy.
I'm slightly tankier. Two Tiger Cannon is kind of fun too. I'm gonna try 2 Tiger Cannon.
Okay.
I want to sell this. Oh, corrosion! Boom. Boom.
Phantom Kermit.
Kermit and Drax.
Yes.
Take it all? I will not be able to discard scrolls anymore. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's enhanced take it all. I can still discard scrolls. Oh, it's mine now.
That can. I mean, I think it just means the enhanced version cannot be discarded.
Yeah, it's just the take it all can be discarded, but I can still discard other scrolls. Nice. Oh, I can play with wait, explosion AoE. Wait, I saw a new Gemini. Fortunately, with remaining ammo in the magazine, additional explosion count is equal to the other weapon's AoE, divided by the AoE of the current weapon rounded down. That's a lot of words, but hey, explosion AoE is good.
There you go. You got it.
I got it. Oh, I see the thing.
Get rid of it.
Explosion!
Did win?
Mega explosion. Oh good, I forgot I sent you my yips. I was about to send you them again. Oh
Now I have maximum eradication.
yes! We are now very strong combo.
There's a Kermit in the corner. Oh,
I forgot to put in Salos yips. Need to put them in. I have squishy brain, nice squishy tiara. I'm squishy now? I mean, squishy is nice. Undivided attention. Ooh. Infer. I'm so fast. Oh, skill damage. Do you want this? I'm not doing skill damage though.
yeah.
What? Noisy motorbike.
evil lanterns.
Explosion. We got him.
Oh, Iron Wing.
Oh, you want this?
Okay. To enhance it so it does the crit thingy again.
Hmm. Uh-oh.
I am out of ammo.
Oh. Let me check if I have any scroll that gives ammo. Because I never like out of ammo. Oh,
I think you would do.
I can give you this one. Deft hands.
I already have it.
Hey. Oh, you have it.
Oh. Oh, I don't know. Okay.
Hmm. Oh, the improved clip is from the thing. I cannot throw it.
Iron Wing, no.
Oh, these things are tough.
Holy crap, Iron Wing going down here.
They're bullying Iron Wing.
Ooh, there's a...
Rathmin.
I didn't get it. I don't have the money to search.
I have some. Playing Masada puzzles makes me appreciate the whole Force Large Monster OST a lot more. Yeah, it's a more chill version of the music, and I like it. Oh. I got exploded. Thank you.
You exploded.
I caused so much explosion. I got exploded instead. Explosion scary.
Oh. evolve and I'll see if I can get more money. Come back. That's the thing.
You back?
Enemies become lanterns when they die.
The ragdoll is always nice.
Have a little bit of
Ooh, I got the special ammo.
back. Got it.
Oh, I already upgraded a bunch of times.
Crab.
Exploding crabs.
Oh, I know so much more now.
It's just getting shredded.
Enhanced brief respite, but they armor. Cool. Like,
Enhanced brief respite?
yeah, which finished off one of my spiritual links.
Oh. I remember playing
Oh,
with...
50% HP for Ironwing? Cool.
Nice.
Oh my god, yes, 2,300 health. Can I have that?
That's a lot of health.
Can I, please? Please?
I want to have just get 20% of that. It's good enough.
Yeah, that'll work. Oh, elite gathering. Oh no.
I'm coming.
That
Oh,
might throw them already.
They got shredded. Nice.
Ooh.
Oh. I found the dragon
Ooh.
breath.
I don't know about Dragon Breath, to be honest. You
Dragon
have to play
breath.
the reloading mini games, that way you'll do a bit more.
Yeah. But they're dragon though.
I know.
I'm getting it. If I can get a second dragon breath, that'll be nice. Like 2 dragon breaths.
Sure, let's get Nimble Fingers.
The highest HP I ever seen was 1.8k while on the dog. 1.8k?
What?
Holy shit. Explosion enhancement.
Let's go!
big explosion now. Yeah, snake.
Means when they do the head stacking attack thingy, you hit them all.
I love snake. I didn't give me the dragon breath.
Maintenance flow. Oh, I didn't know you were there.
I want to look at the snake. It's been a while.
It's actually a Hydra.
It's okay, they're still snake to me. Hydra is like three-headed dragon creature, right?
Three-headed snake technically, but yeah. Oh, that was easy.
It destroyed them.
Heroical. Oh, that's good.
Elemental magazine. Yeah. Oh, I got maximum explosion enhancement. Oh, I got a refine powder. Plus 5% explosion damage for every 1 meter explosion AoE. Okay. more explosion.
Oh, I have the other two. Might as well grab that one.
I saw reinforced eggshell. Getting it. Bullet light. When dealing damage to players, minus 3% random reserve ammo of this player. It
Oh
gets
no,
rid
you
of
got reinforced egg.
reinforced egg.
I have fire and lightning going everywhere.
Every 1 HP restored? I think I want to change... I want to change copycat. Yeah. Now it's slightly tankier.
Keep running out of ammo.
Vote. And the craftsman. Oh, the floor is actually slippery now?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, I almost went the wrong way. Unfettered will.
But I didn't get that at the beginning of the game. Hasn't.
Unfettered will is just like, more damage.
More damage for not money spent.
I have a bunch of skills that gets a lot of money too.
Yeah.
Very nice. Oh, I'm flying elsewhere now. They're very slippery.
Mm-hmm. An elite.
The item.
Oh no, not that one.
Oh, ow, 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 ow. There was a lot of explosions. Way more than mine. Nice.
Ow.
Is this Defense of Seliana? Oh yeah. They consider that as part of the Velkhana medley.
Chest.
Oh, diamond!
Uh-oh. Boss.
Destroy! Explosion! Destroy!
But there's a boss too!
Oh god!
Okay, boss gone. Never mind. Oh,
No.
hang on there. Oh,
Oh.
the UFO is healing them.
I'll destroy the UFO.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, everything is dead.
Boss died over... In the box, in the box. Ooh. I'd like more energy. Probably want to pick more health when you get to that box over there, so that way you get more of that battle scarred bonus.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can get all.
Oh,
Alright, I have take it all. I forgot. I still haven't found another dragon breath. This whole game, I just got one.
oh. Me back here, hiding from me.
I'm hiding. I'm a sneaky bone.
Bummer.
We did the vote, right?
Hmm?
The vote.
That was a vault?
I don't remember actually. Nah, I think it's all good. Okay, good. That was a mishearing then.
Oh, the monsters are gone.
Nice. Oh, there's one diamond. Nice.
Ooh, another one.
More chest?
Hell,
Random normal inscription to rare. Do I have any?
yeah, replace this all the green text to blue ones, which are the better ones.
Oh no, wait, my green one is so good though. I'm not changing that. Yeah. Because plus 80% weapon damage after a reload is like what I want. Oh, Metro is fighting. Oh, the boom boom.
Wow!
Kablam! Pew, pew. I already missed 7 days today. We should do that someday again.
Yeah!
What?
Bosses.
It's gonna be penguin. Oh! I'm stuck. This is my safe
Blech.
corner. Ah!
Are you sure?
I'm not sure anymore. Thank you.
Ah!
I got you. Oh!
There's one next to you.
Oh! No. Y'all get exploded.
As I run out of ammo.
That was kinda scary.
Ooh, scroll.
Reasonable luck? I don't think it's good.
I just lost that last stand to gain 5 scrolls, and then I pick up the Ascendancy to get that back.
Oh! I still believe in Dragon Breath.
You got a vault.
Once I can get a second Dragon Breath. Always good.
UFO. There we go.
Apparently my Dragon Breath is doing 0 damage.
What?
Yeah, it like the damage in comparison between like my Tiger Cannon and Dragon Breath, well, not 0, but it's doing a lot less damage than the Tiger Cannon. Ooh. I got some survival skills.
Nice.
Finally.
Oh, boss.
Brr. Ooh, greedy choice. Provides one opportunity to pick all 3 occult scrolls in the treasure chest at once. Obtained can be discarded. After the selection, opportunities are exhausted, greedy choice will automatically be destroyed. I can take all 3 at once, but I'm already at the final boss. Reascend? It will be destroyed once being discarded. Hero will lose all ascension and gain a corresponding number of golden goblets. I got a reset.
Well, my blaze save got enhanced.
Ooh, nice. I don't think I want to reascend, like, my ascension is already good enough.
I have so many enhanced scrolls now. It is ridiculous.
I have...
And the amount of times these Novas are proccing. Oh my god.
I only have 5. 5 enhanced scrolls.
Oh. They're ready.
I'm ready. Double Tiger Cannon.
And up. Because of the crit thing.
Destroyed.
I go through shields. Haha, you can't stop me.
We are too stoned. I am newer here. Hi, Camel Titanic. Just want to say thank you. Your streams are very nice to listen to and they help me to sleep. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, high praise. Thank you. I do hope you have a wonderful sleep. Yeah. Oh, I got the Dragon Breath here. This game I swear to God sometimes.
Oh wait, are we entering the next scene or are we going back to the end?
Oh, alright, we have this. I
We
forgot.
can keep going, yeah.
So we can be more broken?
We try keep going?
I think we can try, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it starts from this one.
Although I'm pretty sure it's timed, so we'll have to be quick.
Oh, is it? It's timed? Eh? I don't want to change.
I like what I have, yeah.
Hmm.
Alright. Bosses defeated, damage resistance per bosses, so it's a boss rush?
Oh,
I guess I'm ready.
so the more boss we kill, they're gonna be harder to kill.
Looks like it. Although it
Sounds
doesn't look like we're gonna have a problem.
yeah. We're still shredding through them.
Yeah. Oh, there's a vault over here. Sweet!
Oh, we can still vault. Nice. Oh my god, we can be more broken.
I am so fast. Not as fast as you, but I am so fast.
I think the time attack is only at R9, but we are at R9.
I get 90 damage reduction while moving.
Oh. Very tanky bold.
Oh yeah.
What?
I wasn't moving.
I
It was
got
landing on the
you.
ground. What do we got? Oh, yes! Mystic Mirror!
Generosity. Now I'm a core member
Oh,
too.
now you have core member.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're both faster and we're both. Oh, that stacks. I did not know that. We are fast.
We're super
Oh my
good.
god.
We are speedy
We are
bold.
so strong.
We can be so
Oh my
strong.
I had no idea that stacked.
Explosion fixes everything.
It really does.
Yeah.
I do a really good single target, and you're good at taking out everything else.
Yeah.
No, Iron Wing! Go
I-
crit.
I can lift bosses to you.
Yeah.
Explosion.
Oh, and elite invasion.
Yay. Oh, is it a big... Oh! Revenge. Revenge. Not this time.
Yeah, but no.
Oh, that thing is tough.
Ooh.
Chest.
Give 3 scrolls to get a golden goblet. Do I have 3 I could give rid of? I think I do.
I don't want to give my curse scroll.
Here. Here. Yeah, I will.
I don't need this.
Balance drains drop non-boss. Yeah, only. Can't get it. Oh, okay, so we can swap them around.
Done.
So our ascendancy stay the same, but we have the choice to swap them around if we get something better.
Oh. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Neck drop! Maximum neck drop.
Mech drop. So what does recycling do?
I can share. Oh, we got another vault.
Nice. At least we can keep getting scrolls.
Oh, it's this one.
Rocks.
Oh wait, I'm immune to rocks.
Oh, snow boots?
Max enhanced snow boots.
Oh,
I can just walk through them.
I feel
Aw, I don't have gold to get the... Aw. That's something I can drop.
Devil
Pretty
Covenant.
bad.
I got more money, but I'm becoming paper again. I can search scrolls.
One more. Wrong one.
Guess I can take this one. Am I immune to rocks? I am. I'm not, I lied. Recycling the golden goblet gives you damage, just note that they don't auto recycle, so you do actually have to manually recycle them. Oh, so golden goblets give damage. Okay, okay. Like raw damage? I mean, what am I asking? It has to be raw damage.
I actually got something good.
You got something good?
Yeah, perfect 6.
Oh, you're using... Yeah, that's good.
Divine energy?
Sounds like a new thing.
Do I get damage and stuff based on exclusives and whatever on my guns? If I read that right?
If you hold C plus right click for pointer, one of your icon on the bottom is the buff. It's the fire one with the 4 stacks. That's a remaining revive. Nope, I don't know. Or I got raided by a dragon. I don't know why the Grubhub ad is not showing up though. Hi Nexus.
Mad for McDonald's.
Oh, thank you, Narix. How was your archipelago? Hi, Numbers. I don't know if you know, but about this time tomorrow, there is supposed to be a nice meteor shower. Oh, tomorrow? Holy shit. Also, hi everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I love dragons to bits. Hope you're doing good. I hope Archipelago went well. Archipelago was great. Nice. I saw you were playing Time Splitter as well. You're not playing the Helix 2 anymore, right? Oh, it's a fire guy.
I can't get time, Wing. There we go.
We got him.
Tiger Cannon.
More
You
Tika
want another one?
Projectile speed Lucky Shot chance.
Lucky Shot goes since they can't crit.
Yeah, let me check
We'll be able
mine.
to dual wield them, maybe.
Oh, but two of my Tiger Cannon is pretty good.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, then you can sell it.
Okay.
How is Gunfire going? And Gunfire is going pretty good. We're trying to get more broken. It was a Betty fun archipelago. Nice, good to know. try my hand at time spinner, yeah. Article on meteor shower if anyone is interested. I plan on going out with the cameras to see what I can see. Well, best of luck with the meteor shower sighting. Still figure out some settings, but it's fun. Good to know. All the bombs. Hey, boom boom.
Ooh, strike mode.
I don't want
You
them.
used strike mode. Yes, I would like to switch, please. Hello. Great.
Make my gun stronger. Oh my god, yeah.
Sailing.
Gonna do some backstage stuff and some after stream care. Oh yeah, definitely. Take care of yourself.
Stage?
Backstage? I do love me some backstage stuff. But yeah, take care of yourself, Nexus. Thanks for raiding in. It's called Her Side Meteor Shower. So Meteor Shower is gonna be something like a shooting star?
Yeah!
Oh,
Let's get multiple of them.
oh holy shit. I should take a look. But if it's around this time tomorrow, right now it's still like afternoon for me.
Then you probably won't be able to see it then.
No.
I won't be able to see it because I live in the city. Or a city, technically.
Oh, I actually live in a more rural area now. Oh, it's a clone.
I mean, why do you keep going down?
Iron Wing had 3000 health, it's not enough.
Yep. This house not enough.
Roll aid.
What do you have?
Oh my god, that stair is so cute now.
Jesus me. Oh hey, another chest. Inside of a vault. Jump, jump.
I'm selling things for money.
Hey.
The rates for visibility are pretty constant, 8 hours on either side of the peak, it says. So there's still a good chance. Ooh. Maybe I should. You may see stuff into the 30th too. That's actually pretty interesting. I'll probably take a look around if I can. But I don't think I have any like camera that can...
There's so much speed.
We're so fast. Speedy
Oh my
boat.
god, I'm gonna get more enhanced ostrich rider.
What does enhanced ostrich rider do?
It gives no negatives to it, so I can keep using my dashes and enhances my speed 60.
Oh wow.
I'm fast!
Mega fast.
Deja vu.
And Cobalt love being fast.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Diamond.
Diamond in the rough.
Ah. Boom boom. Boom boom. All the boom booms.
I'm just holding that trigger, I don't know what happened.
It's okay, I have mega explosions.
Like we got everything, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this Craftman. Oh, nope. Nope.
Phantom!
Burn
Boss
on
rush.
drugs. We got him. We got this. They did. Revenge. Revenge on these little shits.
Ow!
No. I'm sorry for saying I want to revenge. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually paper. I think I just touched them once and I'm dead.
No, I don't. Wait, I can hit the recycle button?
There's a recycle. Fish or bear paw. When shooting, there is 100% minus 3.5% current projectiles percent to minus 50% total damage, but deal extra damage
that
once.
has no negative for you whatsoever. It pretty much means you're firing an extra rocket.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, there's so many percent and minus percent and times percent in parentheses. It's
Enhanced flame shot!
flame shot.
You want my old one?
I want your old one. Oh, I have this. Oh, oops. I didn't even know. What? You want this?
Oh, you got enhanced good and evil, so I grab mine back now.
Chest.
And over 3 scrolls. Nah, I like all my scrolls now. I'm not handing any over.
I mean, the Golden Globe is not even gonna be that good.
You don't even know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's just replacing, it's not getting a new one.
Recycle. I mean, if I get one of the ones I want, it'll be good, but I don't want to sacrifice 3 scrolls for it.
This is so good though. I'm changing this one. I have level 3 overloading.
Nice!
I reload so fast. I cannot even see my hand reloading the rocket.
Oh, it's the other boss.
Nice. This one's easier. The boss one gives a +1. Every
nice.
other is a replace. Boss give +1? Oh, that's insane. It looks like a slab. We need to slap our rounds. I mean, of course we do.
I just got speedrunner. What's speedrunner do?
I think it's
Oh my god, I'm even faster.
more speed, more damage.
Yeah, and I'm even faster now. Oh no.
Yes, very speedy bold.
Oh boy. I'm as fast as you now.
Nice. We're
Right.
going in.
Yep, we go. Hello, Snake.
Explode. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, I'm doing damage to his actual health.
Yeah, I saw it. That's so good. Wait, maybe I should wait for him to deal the damage to actual health. Yeah, I think that's better.
No, it's fine. That is so messed up.
Yeah. They're almost
Oh my
dead.
god.
Not even the second phase, they're almost dead.
Oh, there we go.
Oh wait,
Oh my god.
they have damage resistance, and then we just powered through it. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
This is great.
Ooh, energy overload. That's a normal goblet we get after that.
Mad Bomber. Oh, it is +1. Holy shit, that's insane.
Amazing. Okay, so this says return to the inn, or this one says keep going.
You want to keep going?
Oh, we're going. We're going.
We're going.
We're doing this. We're going until we die.
Yeah. Upon recycling, a secret scroll randomly enhance a held occult scroll, excluding scroll enhancer. After each successful enhancement, there's a 100% chance to destroy it. Non-enhanced to and non-cursed occult scroll in the backpack. That was in my 7% chance to destroy it. Huh?
Oh, let me explain. If you drop 3 scrolls on the ground, 3 you don't want, right? And recycle them with that in your bag, it'll enhance 3 random scrolls in your bag.
Oh, so essentially, if I recycle a scroll, I get an enhance one. It will
Version
enhance
of
one
one
of
of
the
the ones you
scrolls.
have, yeah.
Oh.
So if you
Oh.
drop Deadly Counter, it'll enhance one of your other ones.
Oh shit.
And you recycle it, yeah.
Oh, I cannot throw Blessing in Disguise. I mean, I can throw this one. This one is skill damage. So if I like
So if you drop that, then recycle,
recycle,
and it will tell you what you got enhanced.
Evil Banishing Talisman got enhanced.
Oh, you can drop your curse stuff if you want, but then that'll make you weaker.
Yeah, I don't wanna. But that's fun though. Wait, I can just get a bunch of random scrolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get so broken. I'm so excited. Yes.
Continue.
Kill everything.
Where are we this time?
Looks like the.
Oh, we're back at the end.
Oh. I just have this muscle memory to go here immediately for the chest.
Yeah. I am so fast.
We are speed.
Can I keep this?
Can we keep this game?
Oh,
It's
another
like-
wall.
Oh, nice. I sense another scroll that I can take
Another one you can sell.
and enhance.
Yeah, if you sell it, you can enhance another one. It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, we played it. Go back to the boat. Whee! Speed.
We're so fast. We're basically speedrunners.
I mean, we do have that thing that enhances us and calls us a speedrunner, so...
Not far off.
Alright, what do we get?
Dash has 3 charges. I'm not even dashing anymore, actually.
Yeah, you just recycle it and see where you upgrade.
Scroll enhancer has been destroyed.
Your enhancer scroll left you, but what did it enhance though?
I think it says fish or pepper.
Oh, really? Fish or bear paw? Enhanced?
When shooting,
It
there's
did. So you're losing even less of the penalty. So instead of getting 50 of your total, you only lose 20. So you're technically gaining damage now.
explosions. We
Lots of explosions.
just extra explosions.
Yup.
There's like 1 rocket, 4 explosions now. I think it just exploded something in the next room, question mark?
Alright. Is there something I want? Alright, that's
Sustain fire.
fire. Recycle.
Sustain fire is pretty good. Oh, I don't know what to change though. I changed it.
Oh, it's raining.
Rain?
Yeah.
I love rain.
I sleep better when it rains.
Right? It's so good. You hear the rain sounds and you just fall asleep. It's like, oh, bliss.
Oh, another vault.
Nice.
I don't think I'll ever be this strong ever again.
Yeah, this is like super lucky.
Oh yeah, it's the luckiest run I have ever had in my whole life. And it's like a stun by a grenade.
Yeah, I saw so many explosions at once.
I'm immune to traps, so I'm just gonna walk through those.
I'm immune to slows, but I still take 50% damage.
Yeah, you don't have the enhanced no boots like I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't reload, but I'll take it.
Ooh. Explosion.
There is fire everywhere.
Oh, because I took the Nirvana Force. So enemies will explode now.
Oh. Strike mode. Yes, I will get rid of. No, get rid of that.
I'm gonna recycle.
Amazing. I almost have everything for a fella.
Strong Iron Wing?
Almost. If I can get rid of 2 other ascensions to get upgrade mastery, then yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
We can destroy everything in this game now.
Oh, another vault.
Gonna explode them first.
Vulnerable shield, huh?
Uh-oh.
Crystal.
Destroy! What? I got exploded on.
I think it's dead.
There is so many explosions.
There's all the fire on the ground, yeah.
We should go back for the vault later.
Yeah, we should go back to the vault. Wait, what was it? Is it? Yeah, this is it. Found it.
Cobalt too fast. I'm coming.
Got it.
Oh, nice.
Merciless combo? Ayo, that's just free damage for me.
Concurrent cooldown. Minus 10% magazine ammo per second. Gain a stack after reloading. Plus 10% stop consuming magazine. Oh, has 1 hour. Stack resets after reloading. Wait, I reload all the time. Not sure what that means.
I'm gonna risk it. But my reasonable one. Where is it? Drop it. And I lose. Aww. Dang it.
What happened?
I lost mastery to gain something else. Oh
No.
well. Oh well, Strikewing now has a maximum AoE in front of him. With 900% power.
More bunk.
Or bonk.
Corrosion.
Oh no, he's down again.
Corrosion.
But
Corrosion bad. If only I can get a... Oh hey! Chest.
Ooh. Please.
Oh, I got more... more curse
Yeah,
scroll.
you get both, so.
Yeah. But it's also good
And that
because...
means more damage.
Yeah. More damage, more curse scroll.
Get to the point where you have one of every one of them, and it won't matter now.
Yeah. +1 recycle bonus after Almighty Hero Core. Oh, it's maxed out.
Yeah, the cores are maxed out. Okay. Oh, another chest up here.
Nice. Oh, corrosion.
Boss. Beetles!
Destroy. Get them. Oh, they're really tough.
No, aiming.
Nice.
Money. My damage is just gonna get worse and worse.
What if we're so strong to
Because
a
I have
point?
that. Sorry.
We're so strong to a point that we cannot lose anymore.
Yeah. I could upgrade a scroll. Yes.
I kinda want justice. I want the Limzard.
I'm upgrading Dual Edge so that way I don't get any negatives to it. More Dual Edge.
Upgraded the Cult Scroll.
It's yours?
Yeah, that's
'Cause
mine.
It's a ×2.
It's mine. I'm keeping it for now. I want to see if Justice has that Gemini inscription.
What? You'll have to go back for it, I think. I don't know if...
Oh, what if I get what if I enhance my Blessing of Disguise? Will I get 2 more chances? I'm gonna try it.
know.
I got more Sabotage Magazine. I'm gonna go back real quick to the...
I think you have to go forward. You just gotta remember that your rocket's here.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, there's no Craftman here.
Not yet, no.
It's a then I'll take a... Nah, I'm taking the Justice. It's okay. I cannot decide.
I probably wouldn't. What you got going right now is a good thing.
Yeah, just take the Tiger Cannon first, right?
Have the 2 Tiger Cannons.
Fine. If there's no Craftman there, then I'm not taking the Justice. My favorite dose of the durable Tirahan. Hi, Perry.
Yeah, there's no Craftsman here.
Aw. It's a 4. Nexus,
Tile
thank
rack,
you.
pet tile rack, pet tile rack, pet tile rack, club.
Where's your health now?
I've been picked. How you doing, Han? How's things? How's the kids' little boat? The gunning reborning? I do hope you're doing good, Perry. I'm doing pretty good. Actually, well, I'm doing good, but also very sleepy. Things are going pretty fine these days.
Ooh. Ants.
gunfire and gunning and reborning with metal and good stuff. Actually, we're not even gunning and reborning at this time. We're actually just like breaking the game. I can select all twice.
Much.
Why is your sub not something special? Surprise the default Twitch thing. And I don't know when it changed it. And I still haven't put it back. When the enemies within 10 meters. Oh my god, yeah. Do you want my battle nature?
Sure. We have a vault too.
Okay. Oh, I think we can just like explode everything, right? No!
Oops.
Metal! I'm just gonna destroy all statues. Why not?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's more money.
Yeah. Shouldn't it be the screaming? Yeah. I don't know when it changed. It's kind of weird. Don't worry. When I have the time, I'll definitely put it back. Actually, I'll do it tonight. What? I got Sanguine Relic. Oh, wait, I didn't see. Thanks for the 1 year, Nexus. Holy shit. Thank you.
Wow.
1 year. 140 stream streak?
Hey,
Holy
Tim.
shit. Hey, it's been a while. I don't want to listen to Rajang. Oh my god. Two milestones at once. Crazy.
I have $80 to my name.
Monkey. Monkey. Repack. Oh shit, yeah, that's a 3D one. I forgot to disable that. It doesn't work, but thanks for the pin. I'm going in.
Already.
In.
Monkey.
Monkey. These two. Oh. Actually jumping back already. Don't heal. Accept your fate.
Boink.
Pretty. I'm gonna select all of these because these are extra.
Let's return to the inn.
You're gonna break the game.
Yeah. Now where are we?
It's a fish stage. No, all mine's pretty good. I don't want to change it.
I will.
Hmm.
I'll change mine. Painkiller. Now I'm doing every element. Did we win?
I think we killed it, yeah. We got him. Oh wait, that's your iron wing. I was like, huh? I keep shooting at the at your iron wing.
How dare you?
I didn't mean it. Oh, we have a really good Mega Man.
That one has more damage and on damage.
Here, another one? Shit, I want to play two. Two deafening mortar. Oh my god. It's so good. I know it's
Gonna
plus.
sell your old ones.
I'm gonna get the Gemini first. The explosion one. There we go.
Upgrade.
Okay, now I can sell the old ones. I'm probably gonna go back to lurking for now, but it's always great to see you too, right? It's always great to see you too, Nexus. Thank you. Have a great lurk. Alright, I'm selling this Tiger Cannon. This game's
Serves
so...
you well.
These games are so unbearably cute, such adorable style. Yeah. Game's great. I see
Hello.
both.
No!
I'm showing from
I
below.
am- I... I'm getting BM'd everywhere.
Mega explosions. Look at that firecrackers. Ah, corrosion.
Owie.
That was kind of painful. Princess, Oh, is that a new Monster Hunter Wilds video?
Enhance good and evil.
For each elite
You
boss
have-
you defeat is assisted in defeating in the entire run. I'm getting this one. Elite Assassin. You want the Elite Assassin?
I already have that. You can sell that.
Okay.
Let's see what these do.
Vert.
Hang on, someone's asking about stuff, and it's about you and me, so I'm giving them a link to your Twitch.
Oh. Okay.
They're like, you know, I want to play Gunfire too, and I'm like, oh, but I'm doing an endless run, so you have to wait till we die eventually.
This one, I don't know how long it's probably gonna take. It's probably gonna
I
take a
don't
long
know.
time.
Probably
Yeah.
I guarantee you it will end up being a boss that will do it.
Oh yeah, like, definitely one with the boss.
Like one of those flamethrower ones will definitely do it.
I'm thinking more of the ship one.
Oh, the ship?
Yeah, the ship.
Maybe.
Because the ship has like the you know, it's invincible for a bit. Then during that time it can like actually kill us really fast.
I never see anything under a purple or a red number I hit that much. Which is the lucky crit stuff going off.
Oh yeah.
Alright, scrolls. What do you have?
Realm of Corrosion. Poison.
Sure, I'll grab the enhancement on that, even though I don't really like.
Wait. Oh, I
I
have
just
the
realized
greed.
Iron Wing has 4,100 health and he still dies quickly.
How many?
4,100!
Oh my god. The monsters are getting super stunk now.
9 damage reduction. That's to all elements too.
Oh.
Is this the right way? No, that's the wrong way.
Oh yeah, this is going back.
That's the wrong way.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Next stage.
Yep. Oh, hi, Rogue Devil. Been a while.
Oh, it's waves. Okay.
Waves. Waves good.
Chance to get rid of us.
Oh yeah, true. Oh god, we have
Oh,
to...
there's a dimension thing somewhere. Where is it?
I'm destroying it!
There's too much stuff in between us. I'm hitting everything else but the dimension thing.
It's okay, I destroyed it.
Okay.
I have the Mega Man hand.
Oh, he's immortal. I'm like, why is he dying? No, Iron Wing!
Explosion!
Hi, baby.
I save! Oh, that's a lot of...
Oh,
that's
it's
a
a
lot.
fish.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh, he did.
Fourth wave. Last wave. No, Iron Wing! Can I? Can I? I can't revive him! No! I lost my buddy!
Can we revive him at the peddler?
Nah, he revives up over time.
Oh, okay, okay. How's the games going? Broken.
Fun.
Fun. Broken, good time fun.
Alright, there'll be stuff everywhere in this room. Yep, there's a peddler, there's a... Oh. I'm just grabbing every scroll I can get my grubby hands on because there's like no negative anymore.
Oh yeah. All the scrolls in grabby hands.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're all ours.
Give me that. There we go. Mastery's back 5.
I really love that an unlimited enhancement scroll.
Mmm.
Okay.
I want to play this mode with Jay.
Oh. Make
I
up
had no
broken.
idea they changed it. Because it used to be, the endless run used to be, you keep going until you ran out of time, and then when the time ended, that's it.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
this version, which is you keep going until you end up actually dying, which is actually way better.
I remember playing the time one. It's so bad.
Yeah. This one, way better.
I know, right? It's so good. I think there's like two different endless version.
Yeah.
You're gonna choose the boundless stream one.
What's this one called? Boundless Dream, is it?
It's not the infinity icon that's right beside the start
okay.
button. Yeah.
Iron Rain!
Boom.
My baby!
Save
Stop getting
Iron
one-shot
Rain.
by stuff. If you die, I die. I can't have that.
No. Must save. I will explode with my Mega Man hand. Free
Oh,
scrolls.
multiple buses.
Free scrolls.
Oh.
Oh, corrosion.
Not the fire! Not the fire!
No, metal. I'm coming.
How's the fireball?
Sorry,
There we go.
I was too far.
Ooh. Yeah, deadly curse. I'll risk it.
More damage.
I have no health now. Not that I was surviving anything shooting at me with the health I had anyway.
Oh my god, I got Spirit Feline. I'm indestructible.
Are you though?
I probably am. Each hit is only gonna take like 14% of my total HP, I think.
Oh. And can't remember.
Oh. Precise explosion. Maximum bomb.
Oh yeah.
No!
Close the ship.
No! I hate the ship. Ooh, Genesis.
More scrolls. Insert into belly.
It's all our scrolls.
Will our scroll belong to us?
All your scrolls are belong to us. I'm going in.
Hey. What?
Hate the ship. Oh, I found it.
You found the ball?
Yeah, I'm shooting it.
Oh,
There's the ball.
I got it.
You got it. Explosion. Now you're gonna shoot the nose. The schnoz.
Oh wow.
They got shredded.
Yeah, the moment I start critting, it builds up the gun's ability, so...
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see the ball.
I got it.
Thank you. Schnoz. Destroy.
I like the bird over the other one. He's much easier for me to hit.
Oh.
Oh?
Yeah, fair
Enhanced
enough.
explosive magazine.
Oh.
Enhanced strategical retreat.
Deflection shield. I don't want that. Do you want
Right,
deflection
this is a
shield?
normal goblin. No, I'm always pretty close to them, so
Yeah, same. I'm telling it.
depends which. That's the inn.
I'm taking both of them.
I like how you can do that.
Yeah, but Blessing in Disguise is broken.
Yeah.
We love broken stuff.
Alright, get my grenades back. Here we go.
No more mushroom people?
I don't know. Maybe they're only after every actual,
Oh, after the last...
maybe.
The last boss, I guess?
Yeah.
I think that's fair, yeah.
It's like by then you'll preferably have like all the ones you want. Peddler! Yes! Yes!
Scroll! I got lucky cup.
Papa rolling down the hill. Don't get away from me.
It's so slippery.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There's ice everywhere.
All the explosions. Men.
I am maximum souls, and I have been for a while now.
Whoa, I think I used up pretty much
Yeah.
of my soul. Maximum is
I've got
25k, right?
16,000. I've got 25k. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I was maxed out too, and then I tried to like get through R9 with Laylo, and then eventually I just no more soul essence.
Ah. Well, I found a vault somewhere.
I'm killing the diamond.
Dimension thing.
I'm gonna shred it with my Mega Man hand.
Uh oh. It's a spaceship.
Yay!
I got it.
Thank you.
Okay, bosses.
Kill, kill, kill. All the boom booms. Did it die? Oh, nice.
Okay. got it.
Easy.
I'm noticing the jump in damage when they start getting the damage reduction.
Hmm.
I'm noticing it.
I feel like they are slightly more tankier now, yeah. I got all the bombing skills.
So I'll give up a scroll to get a scroll. Blowing time. That's actually a really good one.
One scroll for a scroll.
Yeah.
I don't think I need strategic advantage anymore. I don't feel the difference
What?
after I dash.
Oh yeah, you're probably at the speed cap. I'd probably get rid of that.
Carrying the iron circuit.
Ooh, that's not bad.
When taking damage, teammate carrying iron circuit will share 30% of final damage. This damage will not knock the
But we
teammate
get damage
down.
resistance if we get it.
Oh,
So if I get it, we get a 25 damage resistance.
we are tanky bolts together. Volt. Volt. What? It's suddenly thunderstorming outside.
You too?
Yeah. I mean, last night it was like a huge thunderstorm.
And yesterday we had a fire warning, and now we got a like big rain thing hitting us. So that's actually quite good for me.
Oh, yeah. Then help douse the fire at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night over here is like huge thunderstorm. The lightning is so loud that it caused a bit of a like the ground to shake a little bit.
Sure. Well, oh, you have a reinforced egg. Not that I really care anymore.
Can they touch us?
I don't know. Maybe.
We are too stonker.
I know the end bosses hurt us quite a bit.
Oh yeah. I don't know which one would be better. If it's like the purple man or bird.
Probably the other one. Not the purple guy. Gluttony, yeah. Gluttony will be pretty easy. We want the other one if you actually want to think, because you can't hurt his clone, which will always be trying to do damage to us.
Oh yeah. We have a Kermit on drugs. Kermit on drugs. At the start, I think.
Enhanced.
Yeah, this one.
Hey! Oh, enhanced battle nature, which means you can get rid of your one.
Sucker punch. Oh, it's only skill damage. No. Oh, it's enhanced Nirvana force.
Yeah, they're both yours, so you can sell them.
Okay. Metal is so fast.
Damage reduction. I know.
Oh, we have a red chest.
There's a boss in there somewhere.
I'm coming, careful.
Oh, I found him. Blech!
No. How dare.
Yeah, it's a little fire guy that got me.
I actually can't see anything.
Oh no, there's a dimension thing here too.
I'm killing it. I don't like the shiny. Only this particular one I don't like.
You win? Gotta get it back for everything.
Yeah.
There we go. Sold those
We have
behind that rock.
Red chest.
Other one. Wait, we're being attacked by something.
Who?
Damaged by something.
There's also
Oh,
craft.
Elite Gathering.
Ah, I'm coming. No, I got you. How dare.
Okay, that's what was hurting me. Okay, now we can go back for everything.
Yeah.
Randomly throwing fireballs at me. How rude.
We don't like fireballs.
Guess I got a vault back. Yeah.
Hi, cauliflower. Gums. Gums.
Okay.
Going in.
Can you hold C for me for a moment, which shows our damage and stuff for a minute?
I'm holding it.
Oh, my turret has done so much.
Yeah, your turret is so strong.
Okay, that should be enough time for him to look at it. Oh, you're fine.
Nice.
Sure, arms dealer. Not like I'm blowing through 100 ammo a second anyway.
Oh, I got flesh and bones.
I mean, that would enhance your battle scar, because that would give you more damage reduction, because that would give you more health.
Yeah. But I also have Devil's Covenant. I'm taking it.
I think you
400
have
health.
the enhanced Devil's Covenant.
Do I? Let me check.
No, you do have the normal one, yeah.
Oh yeah, just a normal one. It's alright. Hi, Chip. Hello. Oh, Chip is doing good.
Damn it, I don't want that. Recycle. Any EP are you?
Twin. Twin gun.
Oh, it's Gluttony.
Yeah, the purple man. Corrosion shot. Oh my god, I'm saved. I'm saved. I do so far, but I just woke up. Oh, the Cowboy's doing fine as well. And Cowboy's very EP, but yeah, doing pretty good.
I now have 1 health, but I have 158 shield.
Is it paranormality? That's a lot of shields.
Yeah, I had like no health anyway because of Deadly Curse and whatnot, so I was like, yeah, might
Oh
as well.
yeah. I'm ready. We're gonna get purple man.
I agreed.
Explosion.
Oh,
Oh, already invisible.
where's the rocks? Where's the rocks? Where's the rocks? Where's the rocks?
I found rocks.
Oh, rock.
Is this the suck?
Is he doing the suck? Yep, there we go. He's doing the suck.
The suck. Oh, T-Laura looks very huggable right there. T-Laura. That's an interesting looking O. He's the one. Oh,
No, no.
Ah.
Iron Wing. I can't help him.
no! Oh, he got separated?
Yeah, we got separated.
Crap. No, Iron Wing.
He was doing so well punching him.
Just shredded him.
Yeah, we would have had more trouble with the other guy, not him.
Honestly, yeah. Bear has too many like iframes and stuff. And the other clone is just like
Max Mastery?
which mastery? Oh, your the thing I suddenly forgot.
So here's the question. Spirit Feline. I never exceed damage to 14% of my max HP. What if I have 1? Does that mean I only take 1 damage?
Oh shit. Honestly, I have no
I need to
idea.
experiment. I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Taking it.
This is science. We need the science.
Next scene.
Destroy. There's a letter for a German alphabet. It's next to the L on my keyboard. Oh, it's alright. It's understandable.
Oh, he's back.
Lucky shot chance. Few proficiency. Up to 10 stacks. So 100% lucky shot chance. The entire run.
Wait a minute. My friend said it counts shield. Let me reread it. It won't exceed 14% of my max HP. This is HP though, but it doesn't say it counts shield. Oh, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah. O-U-A? O-U-A? Shield slash armor plus health. Isn't that like the...
Oh, it's a translation thing.
Oh, crap.
Well, one way to find out.
Yeah. It's alright, we're gonna strat them first.
Well, the elite invasion's going already.
Yeah. Destroy. Explosion.
Hold back here.
Nice. I'm so lazy to recycle the guns now.
Well, I didn't get hit, so I can't really tell.
I'm a little bit afraid that when you get hit, it's just gonna straight go down.
Maybe.
I'll stick to you for a
Find out
second.
eventually.
Yeah, I'm not gonna attack, I'll stick to you. I see a zoom in red panda in front of me.
Hey, I get damage reduction the more I keep moving, so if I keep moving, I'm good.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have flowing wind yet.
Yeah, I do. That's why I keep moving.
Oh man, I don't even need to attack.
Again, I didn't take any damage.
Metal's too
Maybe something's
strong.
colliding with something? Maybe. Against the flow, I don't want to lose random ammo. Nah. Was enhanced against the flow, maybe.
Oh, that's good. You don't lose ammo, but you keep getting ammo.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's find out. Can I get hit?
There's poison on the floor.
I'm slowly dipping my feet in and I'm not getting hurt.
You're too fast.
Either that or I'm too fast, yeah. Oh no, I saw a tick of damage and it didn't do any damage. Hold on, understand this.
I gotta enhance
Nothing.
abnormal speed. I was shopping when you're fine.
I
you,
took nothing.
you want that?
No, I don't want that.
I'll sell it.
Here you go, you can have that.
I have it.
Really want? Oh, okay. I got the enhanced one now.
Mm.
I'm not really gonna lose any shield. All shield build. Yeah, I'm just standing in everything and I'm not taking anything whatsoever.
Oh, I have corrosion shot. I forgot. I can just stand in
Wow.
poison.
I am not taking anything.
We are too strong. They don't even have a chance to hit us.
Oh my god. This is not normal. I'd hate to see my friend's damage because he really likes that sniper lightning cap. Except he goes the Q build, which is his grenade ability. And it chain lightnings to everything, so it does a lot of damage.
Oh. I do love the sniper build though. Like the for the tiger. Sniper can get really strong, it's just that at first it's super hard to just kill anything.
Recycle.
Recycle. For damage.
Oh, I got bullet conversion. That'll actually solve that little bit of an ammo problem I have.
Nice.
Oh, I picked up that scroll for nothing. Oh well. Oh well.
Plus 87 defending mortar. Plus
My
87.
turret's almost doing as much as I am.
Your turret is too strong. How do you get your turret so strong?
I don't know. I don't know what I did.
I'm just going and exploding.
It's so strong.
it's doing 11. No, that's
That's
11,000.
billion.
Yeah.
The 400 million, 11 billion. It's doing so much.
Strong.
I don't know what I did, but I did it.
Now this is Gunfire Reborn.
Definitely. It looks like as long as I keep shooting, I'm not gonna lose anything. I think I literally am invincible.
Yeah, I'm not losing health anymore, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not losing any shield because of the way I've set it up somehow.
Wait, hit me.
I'm standing in Tornado, no damage. I'm standing in the Arcanist Flamethrowers, no damage.
Maybe we are broken.
Probably. It'll be up to the bosses to kill us then, and they're getting more and more damage reduction as we go on.
Yeah. I mean, I guess even the small mobs are getting damage reduction, but it's just not enough yet. 70% is not that much, I feel
Not
like.
enough yet, yeah. There are guns everywhere. Oh, look at that. You might want that.
Deafening mortar. Oh, I want it. For my secondary.
Is it better?
Yeah, better than this one.
So
at
you
least.
have to reforge it.
For the... There's a craftman here, right?
Oh, we have a reforger here.
Nice. I'm doing it. Hi, craftman. Oh wait, it's already
Obtain
the
a
right
random
one.
enhanced scroll. Yes, please. Preemptive strike. Let's go. And then since always my first shot is my every shot. But my normal gun damage is doing 80% more. But I don't use normal bullets. I'm using fire. That's not fair.
I'm gonna take Twin Gunner.
Okay, let me have a vote. So more scrolls.
More scrolls.
Speed. I went through it before any of the rocks spawned.
I got a Quack Doctor. The hell is that? Oh, it's a curse scroll. Plus 30% revive time while reviving teammates. Oh.
Triple comeback. Enhanced triple comeback.
I use the lightning cat with the tiger cannon mostly.
That's just free. I don't
just-
think I'm gonna die now.
I'm just going through the rocks. I don't care.
Oh look, enhanced gold medallion. So now when I'm dashing and losing my ability, I'm never gonna lose shield. I don't think I can die anymore.
we're actually broken now.
I think I am actually broken, yes, because of the two enhanced medallions I have.
I got flowing wind.
Oh my no!
Oh yeah. Magnetic coil.
Meanwhile, poor Ironwind sitting on 5,100 health. Help me!
Iron Wing cannot get scroll effects. Man, if Iron Wing can get scroll effects, ooh. J. The fairy. For the chest, they say it gives scroll again.
Yeah, that's my friend.
Oh hi! You can give the curse scrolls. Oh, I don't want to give them curse scrolls because I have evil banishing talisman.
Yeah,
And
I gave you the enhanced version.
yeah, the
of it.
enhanced version's sword. That's why I'm like doing massive damage.
That's why you're doing massive freaking
Yeah.
damage. You've got what?
Attack-
5 in curse scrolls?
Attack the weak point for massive damage.
The enhanced one is so amazing.
Yeah, it's like 20 and 30% each.
Yeah, and I gave that to you off the bat as well.
I think I keep getting curse scroll too. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
How many do you have now? 5?
7.
7?
I have 7.
No wonder you're doing more than me. The only way I'm getting damage is from my extravagant consumption, because any money I get doesn't clock over to the next match. It gets added to my damage.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, and I'm at 600% more damage.
I mean, I have third time unlucky, so if I keep using the red chest, I can keep getting.
Oh, here you go. Have a curse scroll.
Oh, curse scroll! Oh my god, I'm taking all of them. I got so many more.
That's... Oh my god.
How many do I have now?
That is so much damage. Hold C and then put your little mouse cursor over the Evil Devouring Scrolls sword picture down the bottom left, and it'll show you how much you're doing.
Oh, 10.
I see a 10 on it now.
I
Yeah.
see the 10.
Was
Not-
that 400% lucky I saw on it?
Lucky shot chance 200%. Weapon damage to skill damage 400%.
Holy crap!
I love this game.
That's why you're doing so much with the cannon.
Yeah. And then because I keep getting hit, when I get hit, everything is crit.
I may not die, but you're definitely the damage.
I am exploded.
I never realized how absolutely broken the enhanced version of that is.
Yeah. I guess it's only broken
Think
the
the
longer
devs
we
are watching
play.
us and they're gonna nerf it immediately?
Nah, I don't think they're gonna nerf it because this is like the only for the endless run is gonna be that strong.
True, true. Oh hey, I took 2 damage from that boss.
Why am I healing so fast? Oh, I'm dying. Okay, I will still die actually.
Yeah, you need enhanced snow boost, though you don't have to worry about traps like I do.
It's alright, I can dodge.
Don't you heal a little bit when you gun Zerk as well, so that might help.
Oh yeah, I do have Sanguine Relic. And this looks like Elite Gathering.
Yep. Ready.
More scrolls.
Oh, Elite Gathering.
More scrolls. Oh my god, they
Never
got...
mind, he's dead. Never mind. Next.
Give me your scroll!
Next. I get nothing but red pop up when I shoot them. It's ridiculous.
I know, it's so good.
But yeah, the only thing that can't hurt us is the end level bosses. Okay.
We're gonna destroy this game. Well, or
You
maybe
already have.
maybe the way we lose this is that one of our PC crash from too many explosions and stuff.
Too many numbers and stuff.
Yeah, I cannot compute.
Oh, it's him again.
Nice. Oh wait, if I get to give scrolls, I'm so giving the Blessing in Disguise. Then maybe I can get them again.
Oh, Lucky Roulette changes my current maximum copper to be absolutely random, which doesn't affect me whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think it goes with extravagant consumption.
Yeah, doesn't affect me whatsoever, so I'm just grabbing it just because. Who knows? I may actually have some money.
Maybe if you get like the maximum amount of money and then into
It then
extravagant
gets
consumption.
transferred into it, yeah.
Damage. Destroy!
Oh!
You don't even get a chance.
I feel sorry for him.
I actually kind of do too. Mystic Mirror. Maximum Twin Gunner. Oh no.
What did I get? Oh, there you go, Iron Circuit. Now we both get the damage reduction. We both have it.
Oh nice.
I'm now only -10 when I run around.
Oh, hey look, damage resistance is 19% now.
Hmm. Alright, I'll get my grenades back, even though I'm not using them. I really want to see what Mischief Jake can get up to in this game mode.
Yeah.
He always beats me in damage and it's hilarious to watch.
I mean, I can only do damage when I'm doing explosions. I love explosions.
Well, oh, something actually made me lose my shield. Oh, never mind, I'll just dash and I get it back.
Yeah, I need to use my Twin Gunner. Oh.
Oh no, Iron Wing went down.
Save Iron Wing! How the fuck did I get 44k money?
I don't know.
I keep using it though.
Phantom. That's.
I don't want this one.
Actually, that's amazing.
I have improved clip.
I have enhanced elemental bestowment, which
Oh,
means that when I do my elemental stuff, it goes into my shield.
indestructible. Do you want this improved clip?
Directly into the magazine. I mean, I don't have it, so okay.
Just shove it down. Everything's ours now.
Just shove it down my throat.
Yeah. Curse Scroll?
Yes, what is it? Is it?
This
Oh,
one?
it's the upgrade one.
Oh.
Sure, I'll upgrade my gun for free. Why not?
I can upgrade the gun for Curse Scroll, I guess. Reroll the inscription of selected weapon. I don't want that. Yeah.
You don't want either of those. Your guns are perfect as they are.
Yeah. Like, give me some time. I'm gonna upgrade my gun to like plus 136 now.
Right?
Enhanced to plus 136. I'm sure that's pretty normal.
Totally normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, grab it. Okay.
Nothing's there? Okay.
Yeah, as long as I'm doing elemental damage, which I always do now because of painkiller, I'll be gaining shield, I'll be gaining ammo. Oh no, Iron Wing! Yeah, I'll stand still for a sec. Is that a hero core? Oh, I already have that.
It is a very known fact that Cobalt sort of things going boom. Yeah.
What's Vault back there? Didn't even realize.
Vault?
I mean, what Cobalt doesn't, like, boom?
Yeah. I mean, even in 7 Days to Die, boom is bad, but I keep booming.
Always boom.
Boom. Always.
At this point, we're playing Doom. They're stuck in the room with us, not the other way around.
Yeah. We could just play Doom 2 music. Oh, Elite?
I was just standing there taking that, and I had nothing.
they cannot kill us anymore. And Boomer?
I mean, one almost killed you.
Yeah, almost actually. I'm still paper in comparison with you.
Yeah, I may have comboed a little too well, and that was by accident.
Decay Driver.
Blessing in disguise?
Oh, I can get all of them. I can get against the flow. I don't want it. You know, I don't want it. Oh, I can choose to pick up all. Okay, I don't wanna.
This is so weird seeing that they're not going off constantly.
Like, the monsters are supposed to be getting stronger and stronger, but we are actually getting way stronger than them. Like,
Somehow.
super
That's
fast.
not supposed to work.
See, now I can make comparisons because Potato is like so afraid of us getting too strong. And in this game, it's the contrary.
Yeah.
This
This game's
game-
like, oh, that's broken. We gotta nerf it. We gotta make it fair. This game's like, nah, keep going until we actually kill you.
Yeah. Like, test your limits. Like, hell yeah.
There's a vault there.
I mean, so far I feel like only Risk of Rain 2 is like,
And, ooh.
you can get so strong to a point where nothing can kill you anymore.
Enhanced special ammo.
I'm getting all the scrolls. I need more curse scrolls. Give it to me. Fortune. Very. Hey, look,
Fortune
it's
challenge.
11 now. I got a new curse scroll. I'm gonna get the entire curse scroll in this game.
Probably will end up getting every single curse scroll.
Yeah.
I'm not losing any ammo. I'm just holding left click and just looking at something and hope it goes away.
The quality gameplay. We love that. Pa, 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 pa.
There we go.
They're just getting destroyed.
Buddy! Oh boy, veteran!
Curiosity
Wait,
box.
you're using your, stuff like a shotgun, right?
I mean, it's a Mega Manhattan.
So then you can probably put better use to this, since you can, like, shotgun stuff in front of you.
Oh, I have it.
Oh, you have it, okay. So that's probably explains why your health's so high.
Yeah, I have 660 health with minus 50%.
Yeah.
So originally I would have 1k. Got 2 curiosity boxes?
Just wait till you get Devil's Coven enhanced, then it'll be like, yep.
I got
No,
deadly
negative.
curse. I'm gonna die, I got deadly curse. I cannot get hit. I'm paper.
I've had it for a while, so...
I have no shield and I only have 100 health.
Oh no, Iron Wing, what will I do? Keep shooting.
Hoi Fluffy. Oh my god, it's Fluffy.
He's back.
Fluffy. I love Fluffy. How much has I gun? 150? Easy. Casual 100 level 50 gun.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, did we kill everything? Nice.
Looks like it. Anything back there?
I can't even see anything.
Let me look. Now we're good.
Okay. Diamond.
Oh, it's the dimension thing.
It's gone.
And it's gone.
Hmm.
we miss someone? Oh yeah, we did.
Oh.
Yeah, you go bully him in a corner, Iron Wing.
Man, Iron Wing can be a bully too. Mm.
Apparently.
Ember eruption. More damage. I wanna fight the Hydra again. I think we might be able to just shred the Hydra actually.
Maybe, yeah. Did we win?
I think we did.
I'm just moving forward and holding the trigger. I don't know what's happening behind me.
I'm just upgrading my gun for a little bit. Mm.
Hurry up.
Nice. I love how
Normal.
I love how they don't even stand a chance anymore.
What are they up to? 22%?
What if like 100%? That means we're gonna do like 0 damage.
It'll be a stalemate.
Yeah.
We can't die, they can't die.
Oh,
Oh, an elite gathering.
scrolls. Heal.
Dead.
Scrolls. All your scrolls have been plus. Ow!
Oh no, Iron Wing.
Iron Wing. Curiosity box.
Airbag.
Oh no! Wait, I got paranormality. That's bad. I have 1 health. How much shield do I have? No, but I single relic. Just throw away paranormality.
Better that you have all health, so that you get more from your battle scar.
Hmm. Oh, I already forgot this is Shara Ishvalda's music. Holy shit. Ember Eruption. Not one around to change. Everything's so good. Nah, I cannot change it for now. Recycle. I have everything I wanted. Can't wait for you to get the scroll that gives you 30% gold back. Oh, the VIP thing. People wouldn't voluntarily fight Shara. I would. That's a cool ass dragon right there. I remember fighting Shara for the whole set, and I just
I'm
like,
here.
oh, that was fast. How do you do so fast? This one I'm not too good with.
Fortune challenge, I guess. Curiosity.
Lightning Shard. Yippee! Hi there, Kowa. Hi, Juno Scout. I got huggles. You better share hugs with Triple Comeback, with Metal as well.
Ah.
Hugs. Yeah.
Heck.
Sneak. Oh, I remember what the scroll is called. Premium membership. If only I get premium membership.
Long shot and heavy shield. Sure, not that I can do anything with them or without them, but alright.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Sneak. It looks so good though. I love the sneak though. Sneak.
Hello again.
Something about them just so adorable. Dead.
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 Oh no.
A poor snake. Ooh, extravagant consumption. I don't know if I want that. No, I don't want it because I have unfettered will. I'm selling it.
Yeah.
I think I forgot to take the golden goblet.
Did you?
I think I forgot, yeah. It's all good. I'm already mega
And
stunned.
there's a thing here that says rest. What does that do? Oh, it's a heal rest thing, okay.
Oh, that looks so good though. They should put that more.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah, other than just like a campfire. I want magical healing shiny orb. Speed run. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Explosions.
Well,
Vault. Ooh, very loud lightning.
yeah, I could hear that.
Oh god, I'm sorry. Vault. I give you all Bolahar. I want the shark.
Best shot.
Intimidating presence. How can a kobold be intimidating?
I don't know.
I stand tall.
Maybe he had a dragon next to him?
Oh, I stand tall, but then I have a dragon behind me.
Oh, adventurer, I've hired this kobold to stare at you. Dorime.
Sorry.
Hello.
Gosh, I would love to just like be hired to stare at things, or like to stare at other people as well.
I'm going faster than the boulders.
I'm the same speed as the boulders. Rich privileges, but I'm not doing skill damage.
Enhanced Merciless, I think.
Elemental wave. Oh no, hope you'll be able to. Oh yeah, it's all good. It's only a bit of a thunder or thunderstorm. I love like low rumbling thunder.
Holy, holy, tumbly, wumbly. And then moving on.
Heal! 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 Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. And that's it. Will this kill me? Nope.
Yep, nope.
Nope.
They have 26 reduction.
They still getting stranded though. Red chest. I gotta get all the scroll. I got a new
Portal.
I got a new curse scroll. I'm now at 12. Oh. Oh.
They're getting rid of them as they're coming down.
Yeah. I'm just shooting upwards. Don't come down. I'll
It's not
shoot
safe for you down here.
It's not safe for you. There's like firecrackers. Wait, how did they even get there?
I don't know.
They penetrated my defense.
We have everything in this room. Enhanced Elite Assassin.
Ninja.
I've killed
discipline.
87 bosses. Which gives me 870 damage.
I think we both should be the same then, right? Yeah, 80.
I don't know.
Oh, you're 87, 84.
Greedy choice.
840% damage. You want the gourmet? I have the enhanced version. At the Kermit on drugs.
Oh yeah, I didn't have it. I am now core member again.
Yeah. Oh wait, we're faster now.
Mm-hmm. Faster, more damage.
And we heal. Shred.
You wanna? Oh, enhance the Nivira Force or whatever. That's one you have.
Masterful craftsmanship. That's bad. I don't want it.
Enhanced Skater Boy.
Blade
I should
Sight.
refill my magazine.
1.5x crit X. I'll take it. Actually, I'll take all of them. I got Phantom Skin. I have no armor. Uh-oh.
Honey.
Ow, ow, ow. Spirit Bible. Is there a red chest? Oh wait, there's a vault and a red chest. On top.
I just gained 5 random scrolls.
Oh! Oh my god, let's get all the curse scrolls! Yes. Yes, please.
Well, I'm now curse immune finally.
Nice.
Not that I have any curses to begin with.
Give me a second. I didn't mean to get airbag. No, I'll
Not
take
really
it.
doing anything to you.
Yeah, it's not depleting my health. I have 15 curse scrolls now.
It's not doing anything.
I'm healing so fast that I'm not doing anything at all. Heal.
Destroy the room. Get shinies.
Loot. Breach and loot. All your shinies belong to us.
There we go.
There's one more. Reasonable exclusive. Destroy once being discarded with the lowest degree plus fun essential with the highest degree. I got greedy choice again. If I take it. Oh, not this one. Fine.
Hello, peddler.
Preemptive strike. Nice. Oh wait, preemptive strike is not gonna help me.
Oh well. Grab
It's
it because you
alright.
can.
Yeah. Just shove it down. It's mine now.
Oh, monkey.
Monkey kill. Piercing bullet. Oh, okay. Refresh addict. Like a special offer.
My health is always at 1, so okay.
Hmm. I'm almost at 200.
I got that new scroll that you had, except mine's enhanced. It's the one with the heart.
You mean the reasonable ascension thing?
And I price for HP, lose HP to gain money or something.
Oh wait, is it good? Where is it?
Should be somewhere there.
Oh, you have so many enhance. Oh, I found it. 6 times the amount of copper. Oh, so normally it's 3 times. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but I have 1 health anyway, so I don't know how much I'm gonna get.
You get 6 copper.
Probably.
6 coin. I mean, hey, 6 shiny is 6 shiny. Oh my god, look at the number. And it's gone.
I'm just standing in front of him the whole time, like, please hit me, I want to know how much damage you do.
I shredded them.
Oh my god.
And break the ice. No, I don't want to break the ice now.
Sure. Let's get more lucky on lucky. Not that I need anymore, but I'll take it.
More. I sincerely think that we cannot die. Yeah. We're gonna keep going. For Science, we're gonna keep going.
Well, they're up to 29 reduction now, so...
I mean... Can you handle this?
I'm gonna get to the point where I'm only ever gonna see red numbers popping up,
Yeah.
which is the maximum I can do.
I sometimes still get white numbers.
I'm surprised we haven't found Final Judgment yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But do we need Final Judgment?
No.
I feel
No.
like the explosions are Final Judgment already.
Pretty much. I was standing in poison and fire and I was taking no damage. Iron Man on the other hand.
Ah, trap hurts. I still need to be careful.
Well,
Explosion.
I think our main carry has definitely been Elite Assassin, Dual Edge, and then a money privilege thing.
Ooh.
Like all my damage.
Oh, I don't have dual edge, but yeah, my carry is definitely the evil devouring sword.
Definitely.
Yeah. Do you want casual gunsmanship?
Sure.
I'm stealing that.
That's okay. Not like I'm not doing anything lucky.
I'm just shoving all the scrolls possible.
Holy crap. If I was the original Prince Cat right now, this would be even worse. I'd be throwing a smoke grenade, which makes everything blow up.
Yeah.
Boss? What boss?
Did we
What
see
boss?
it? I don't see the boss. Oh,
Yeah,
maximum.
when's the rear fight?
Where's the boss that's gonna kill us? Divine energy?
Fight for immortality. I don't think I'm actually gonna die.
For each normal rank exclusive Gemini inscription on the holding weapon. What?
I can't get all of them.
I don't want to get these. The rest of the scrolls are not too good.
That means every exclusive stuff you have on the weapon, you'll get more damage. So that's fine. There's no negative to it.
Yeah, it's just hey, always more damage.
Incur scrolls.
We
I'm
need
surprised there's
more.
not an achievement for acquiring like all of them.
Oh, they should add it in.
Yeah, they should. That'd be funny. Anything? Nope. Okay.
No chest.
Ooh, Phantom.
Carbon drugs. Enhanced Giant Slayer. It's mine now.
Ooh, I got enhanced Sucker Punch. That is amazing.
You want a Giant Slayer?
I already got one. Yeah.
Okay. Zoom in Red Panda.
I just hold in the trigger. Hi,
I'm
boss.
just
How are you?
clicking occasionally. Mama.
Oh no, Iron Wing died.
Poor Iron Wing.
Alright, where are you? He's not able to keep up with what we're doing.
Yeah, with the power of scrolls. Gonna go look at Craftman real quick.
That should be a really good ability, actually. He, like, gets affected by, like, half of the spells you have.
Ooh. Invoke.
But,
Invert.
well, maybe he only gets affected by the enhanced versions.
Oh, wait, that's good. They could do that with the enhanced version, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it could be, like, one of the rare ascendancies you can get specific for, Iron Wing. 'Cause he is not keeping up at all in this.
Yeah. Fight for immortality.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Me, it does.
Oh, effective split. Lifesaver against the flow.
I know, my not so vulnerable shield.
Kill. Don't think there's anything.
I don't think there is, no.
This one's pretty empty.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Mm.
there. Whee! Go, my panda, go. Boss? What boss?
I didn't even see them.
Oh, the peddler. Okay. Okay.
Peddler?
Yeah, I'm just grabbing anything and everything with the scroll. That's all I care about now.
Yeah, just all the scrolls possible. Ours.
I'm just selling like everything else I see on the ground.
I didn't even sell them. I'm just leaving them there.
Oh, I got so much crap. Continue to fire with an empty magazine. Each hit restores. Oh god.
Hello.
Is that more damage?
And welcome.
That
Hi.
is ridiculous.
Karma Foxes. Hi. And thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome to Explosion.
As long as I'm continuing to fire, I'm not doing anything. I'm taking anything.
You mean the bloody ammo?
And not bloody ammo, I got a new one now that's also making it so as long as I keep shooting, I'm gaining stuff.
Oh. So I hope you're doing good, Karma. Vod. Vod.
Is it over there? No. Nope. I didn't know
Vod.
that, apparently. Look, I'm trap immune. I'll just go through this, through this, through this.
I can take a little bit. Oh.
I am 2 speed.
too much speed that we cannot control.
Yeah, it's really hard to control.
I'm too fast. Don't need to dash anymore.
Enhanced explosive bullet? Alright.
Ooh.
Scroll enhancer! Alright, alright. Let's gamble. Okay, I want to get rid of Ooh, that one. Alright. Oh, I can't discard any scrolls. Why can't I discard any scrolls?
Do you have take it all?
They can take it all.
Oh, you have to remove it from a red chest, I think.
Hey, there is take it all.
It's the purple one, I think. Yeah, it's a purple one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I'll have to find a chest that trades in a scroll.
Mm. It should be fine. Scrolls. They're not elite gathering anymore, they're just scrolls at this point. Heal. Heal.
We're killing them faster than this morning.
Yeah. We got revenge.
Oh, stone skin.
I mean, if we keep going, eventually we're gonna get all the ascensions possible, right?
Eventually.
Yeah, it's just gonna take a long time, but it is possible.
Is this boss? Yeah, it was him again.
Poor
Just
thing.
stand there and take it, buddy.
We'll make it painless and fast. Let's go. Hi.
Bye.
Bye.
Since we don't seem to be dying, did you want to stop there? Because I gotta get food and some other stuff.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think
Alright,
this
back
is
to
good
the
enough.
end.
Yeah, this is a good time.
We're not gonna die. Let's face it, we're not gonna die.
We are way too broken at this point.
Oh my god.
7 billion.
Rank 232 mortar.
I just keep pressing like upgrade. How long does this take? 3 hours. I mean, fair enough. We make a long.
I just got a whole bunch of awards from doing that. I'm only missing 2 now from getting to the very end. It's what I want. It's like a rainbow unicorn gun skin I
season.
want.
The season upgrade. Oh, 13
Yeah,
to
you went from
26.
13 to 27. Holy crap.
Task
Wow.
completed this time 13. I'm so good.
Oh my god. Thanks for the
Ooh.
game.
Of course, we can play it next time again. Maybe more 7 days to
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
This or 7 days today. I'm good for either of them.
Yeah. I mean, both of them is pretty fun. I love them.
Yeah. Alrighty. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have good food.
Yeah.
Bye bye. Well, that took 3 hours. Now we know. Now we know. All right. Now we know that this game can be just like Risk of Rain 2. Okay. Alright, finally, another game that's not afraid to give. No, another game that's not afraid to give the players the tools to, if players are able to, be this strong. And granted, they need to like get through the first part of the game first, and then they're allowed to become this broken. Yeah, I always love that. Like I was playing modded Brotato last night. I got so strong to a point where my PC crashed. It's too strong, right? But granted, I need mods for it, right? So, thing is, base Brotato is super afraid of players getting too strong, right? You can feel it when you play the game, right? The game is like so carefully, quote unquote, balanced, right? They don't want the players to become super fucking strong, which I don't like, to be honest. Just be like a Risk of Rain 2, come on, right? And don't be pussy. Don't be pussy. Give us everything. Right? Don't be just like, 1% this, 2% that. And then 1, 2, 3%. And then also items that will reduce the things as well. It's like, the game dev is so afraid of players breaking the game. But I can feel like Gunfire Reborn, now that I have this mode, now that the game gave us this mode, Boundless Dream, right? Not this one. This one is a lie. Endless Journey is a lie. Boundless Dream is not a lie. Like, now that I know this, then yeah, it's so fucking good. We can absolutely be so broken. And I think it's also because of we got the whatever the monkey skill is. May I join Gunfire? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm gonna play Gunfire anymore. Well, for now anyway. Sorry. It's 5:40. Shit, I kinda want to get some food as well. I mean, food sounds good, honestly. Although I am also very sleepy. Oh good. And thanks for understanding. But yeah, sorry about that. I just like going for like one or 2 rounds. I think there's only 2 rounds though. Well, technically 3. The first round I go, or technically 4. The first 2 rounds I go is like I die immediately with Ladle, and then the third one is with Metal, and then just like died because Ladle sucks. To me personally, I cannot play Sniper. I'm sorry. And then we have Explosions. This is the explosion candidate. Let's go. We love explosions. Explosions great. Well, I know this stream is probably a shorter one, I think. Yeah, it's kind of on the shorter side. But yeah, maybe someday I'll do this again. Maybe like do more and play longer so that more people can join as well. Yeah, I can do that. And also 7 Days to Die as well. 7 Days to Die so far is just like, it's me and Metal and also like Onyx. But of course like, well, only for 7 Days to Die is like, those who I know personally then can join as well, right? Like, if they want, that is. But Gunfire, I think it's fine. But one problem is that because I'm, you know, since I'm in Malaysia, a lot of people wants to play Gunfire with me. And then it's like the ping is horrendous because most of the people that plays with me on stream is like, I think, yeah, like from US, Europe, so their ping is mostly around 350 to 400 ping. So it's like, it's very difficult to play the game, which is very sad too, right? I always say this when there's like online interactions with others, and I just curse like, why am I in Malaysia? But then other than that, Malaysia is a nice place, honestly. No natural disasters and shit. It's pretty safe, other than a perpetual eternal summer, right? But yeah, Malaysia is a good place. It's just that whenever like online stuff, let's say just like playing fighting games or like just do any online activity, I most likely just gonna suffer with like terrible ping with just anyone, right? Unless they're in Southeast Asia, which is very rare. Right? I think from where I live, there's not a lot of people. Yeah, I think I can say this. There's not a lot of people around this area that I live uses this much PC like I do, right? I mean, I'm basically quote unquote working here. But I don't want to consider this as work. It's really not. I'm just here having fun, honestly. So it's not work at all. I enjoy being here, and I love doing this. Summer, yeah, it's very hot here. Yeah, Narek should know. Narek is Singaporean. How about hogging all the power in the immediate vicinity? Yeah, they don't know. See, it's not only that my PC is hogging all the power. I like to bite on wires too. It's just like an intrusive impulse thought. You know, I want to bite on things. Just couple things, right? Just couple things. Yeah. No. Nice. I'm not playing Rise now. C2 Knight can play or not? No. I'm good. I like to bite dragons' ankles so that they can look at me. Yeah, I like dragons. I bite their ankles. So if the kobold comes to visit, put hot sauce on the cable so she won't eat them. No, this kobold like hot sauce. Is hot sauce something like, you know, chili sauce, or like there's like a bunch of different spices here with like, oh shit, there's so many. I mean, sambal is definitely one of them. Sambal belacan. Sambal belacan is like, so good. And then you have nasi lemak that has like, rice, nuts, or peanut, and then you have sambal, and then you have timun, and then you have meat of choice. Yeah, I think I'm well versed in eating hot, like eating spicy stuff. Well, not as good as some of the person that I know. I think one of my cousin eat. They eat like raw chili, they eat like the little chili, chili padilla, we say that. They eat like the chili every meal as like the appetite, or like an appetizer. They eat like it's like, oh god, that's too extreme, brother. Brother, that's so extreme, and they just eat it raw like that. Like if it's like a bigger piece of chili, that means that it's not that spicy. But if it's chili padi, you know that shit is serious. But he eats it like it's nothing. It's like, sedapnya ini chili padi. It's like, oh my god, holy shit. It's crazy, it's crazy. Can I find something bitter? Oh no. Oh no. Not bitter. I don't want to bite things that's bitter. Bitter is gonna leave a bad taste in my mouth. I don't want it. No. Yaku. Let me check who's Tremen now. Alright, who's Tremen? What? Baramoke? I remember Baramoke raided me back then. He's doing software and game development. Wow. Holy shit. Anyone that's doing coding and stuff, or like software and development, huge brain. Like every time I see people doing that, I was like, what the fuck is going on? What is this, witchcraft? A very witchcraft. Oh my god, it's so good. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Merby's still streaming now though. Oh, I forgot about Power World. Oh right, I did mention that I want to play Power World. Like a revisit. Because I remember I was like having Power World brain rot. And then I found like a big dragon. But I eventually stopped playing for some reason. Yeah, someday we can revisit this game. Power World, Pokemon with guns. Yeah, someday I can play this back. This game's fun. I like it. Anything that's like survival crafting game that's like, it's definitely up my alley. Definitely up my alley. I'm gonna go, but y'all have a nice rest of the day, evening. Okay, have a great day too, Chip. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging around too. I'm still looking at who I want to raid actually. Niche. We can raid to a fluffy dragon. I want to raid a fluffy dragon. Niche. I know, like there's like Baramoke is also like fluffy, but it's just software and game development scares me a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna rate Niche. Hi again, Foofy. Yeah, goodness, that tail wag. Oh, that tail wag is really something else. I love that tail wag. Okay, we're gonna rate Niche. Oh, Niche has that? No. I also have a tail wag. I drew this on my own. And somehow this and this fits together. I was like, ooh, hey, that works. Like, wow. Wow, lucky. So lucky. I was like, oh, it's a combo now. Anyway, let me summon Bernie real quick and stuff. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Yeah, today's stream is on a tad bit shorter side. I mean, because 2 days ago and yesterday the stream is on the longer side as well. But I had fun. If I have the energy, I would definitely want to do more longer stream, because you know, I mean it when I say that I do enjoy being here. It's fun. I like it. It's nice. Like, also that's my coffee. Like, just coffee nice. Helps out a lot, definitely. But only help if you can. So of course. And also I have a Discord. Discord is usually where I share my stream stuff, and also I get to spam dragon pictures over there. So yeah, dragon pictures. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Let me. Oh wait, we're gonna ask for uppies. Oh, do we rate this shiny? I kinda want the shiny. I want the shinies. We're gonna steal shinies. We're gonna be loot gremlins and just go there and get the shinies. That's a great message. But of course there's this one. Or if you want to use your own emote, it's totally fine. Use your own emote as well. I think that's pretty much it. Tomorrow I'll be doing Outlaw. I will try to get it done with get Jade done. I will finish up Jade model and then do a render and stuff like that. Yeah. Need to get back into doing art. It's been like 2 weeks. So yeah, I'll try my best. So yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything now. Yep. Before the raid, I haven't typed in the raid to niche. Okay. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very heckin' valuable. And Kobo loves you. Yeah? Was fun? I had a lot of fun too. I had a lot of fun messing around with Gunfire Reborn. Never have I ever, like, destroyed the game that much. That's good. And thanks again, Metal. And also, here comes the raid to Niche. Bah. It feels good. I'm actually kind of scared that tomorrow I'm gonna do art. I don't know why. It's like every time before I start out an art stream, I was like, "Ooh, I don't know if I want to do this. It's so scary. I'm not doing anything right." It's always like the first step of doing that. It's the hardest one always. You know, wanting to do art and then start out a stream that's dedicated to doing art. Somehow that scares me always, and I don't like that. I think hopefully in time I'm able to change that, so that I can like start up an art stream and don't be like, I don't like art. Because I genuinely love art and I love creating 3D models and stuff. Right? I made my own 3D model. That should say something about me. It's always the initial step, right? It's always that. But yeah, tomorrow art time, I forgot what I wanted to say, but still. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all, right? See you guys tomorrow. Take care, take care. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.